Hello, everybody. Let me get things okay. We're going to make sure that everything is all right here. Open up my favorite pages. Preom. We'll have number of stations in an hour's time on pretty high frequencies. So that's going to be interesting to see. We are going to open HF Underground for any pirate activity. HF Underground. North American Pirates. There we go. And EIBI space so that we can follow and search for any frequencies that we want for international broadcasts and other signals. By the way, I'm on 17016, which is the KPH Marine Station in Point Reyes, California. So they are always on Saturday. I hear the Morse code here. Coming off of 17016.5 CW. And here, let's open this page so that I know what's happening with the emails. And I will need my secret code for the emails. I'll be checking that out. And okay, welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have you here. We are going to start this show and hope that we'll have a good time today, as usual. Checking out everything. Here we go. Pages are open. And so, hello, everybody. Welcome aboard. This is the Saturday live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And what we do is tune around the bands, talk about radio, and just have plain fun with, the radio geeks that we are. This is fun to, have this weekly gathering where we are just, getting together. And it's pretty cool to have this show going on every Saturday. It's a beautiful day in Montreal. We're at around 65 Fahrenheit, somewhere around 16, 17 degrees Celsius. So it's not too bad. It's about the temperature we should have for this time of year. We've been having a pretty cool, if not cold, spring until now. Only just a couple of days were warm. Hopefully things are going to get better. And so my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we're here to entertain and have fun with you guys on the radio. If you want to share with others, we have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. And this is, of course, a great place. People are really, really nice. And, we have the best gang. We have the best gang for this today. We are, of course, I think the best of the best. Everybody's nice with everyone and things are going well. So, I think this is what keeps this also a fun place to be. And of course, when this is over, we have a Facebook group, which is the same as the official SWL channel name. We have close to 4,500 members. It's pretty amazing. It's growing pretty fast. So we're getting close to 4,500 members on the Facebook group. So this is pretty cool. So, multiple ways that we can share what we're listening to and have fun with radio. Anyway, if you would like to support me, this is very important. It is what keeps me afloat, keeps me alive in the live shows. And if you like what I do, if you are, you like the fact that I'm here every week and it's your favorite show to watch, it's something that's important to you. There's the super chat through YouTube where you have in the chat a little icon with a dollar bill in it. Which will, of course, be where you can donate whatever amount. It doesn't matter. As long as you support me, that's what's important. And of course, there's the pizza fund, as I call it, and cat treats through PayPal. That is also very helpful. So if you want to do it through PayPal, and I'll be looking at several other ways that maybe donations could be done, because I know some of you have mentioned that PayPal is kind of a lot of trouble. And so I'll be seeing what else I can add that could mean that you could do a donation if you wish to do so. So thank you so much for your support. And like I said, it is extremely important. This is what keeps me doing this show, because the monetization is rather bad on YouTube lately. So this compensates and helps me tremendously. Thanks so much, everyone. And thanks, Brian Leisner. Just saw your name pop up with the donation through PayPal. Okay, let's start this show. Like I said, I'm on 17016.5, listening to KPH Marine Broadcast Station in Morse code. That I'm receiving a signal coming out of California. This is maintained by the Marine Historical Society, and they are broadcasting this every Saturday. They even have some real operators in place, so it's kind of cool, and it's kind of a way to maintain a part of history. These old Marine broadcasts that we had in the past, and there are a lot of them. There's still quite a few. There's if you listen in, there are a few from I hear TAH from Turkey. I hear SVO from Greece. It's been a long time. I've heard the ones from South Korea. So there's quite a few of them that even some from South America that are still broadcasting. But they're not as prominent as they used to be. So Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois, and is recovering from eye surgery. So can't believe the difference. I can see color again and see again. That's cool. That's cool. That's what we want. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from the hospital in West Michigan. Going home Monday, so looking forward to that. Yeah, when we spend any amount of time at the hospital, how amazing it is to just go back home and have home sweet home again. So I hope things are going really well and that your recovery will be good. And it's nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. MPRTUG, nice to have you here. WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. And for those that would actually be thinking about that, Bobby asked me today if if he didn't receive his Pancho Villa Pirate QSL yet, hang in there, guys. It's probably still not sent out. I usually get it when it's sent out, so it's probably gonna take. It can take anywhere from a few days. Sometimes I remember one year it took even a few weeks before they were out, but they will be out at some point, and you guys will be getting them. That's for sure. SWL Signals 23. Nice to have you here from sunny Florida. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Mr. Paul asked me to put him to bed just as the show started, so he's in the bedroom enjoying a nap. He's been going outside now that the weather is better. He's been going outside, seeing his cat friends in the neighborhood. So he, being an old cat, I mean, he's at 13. He's gonna be 13 years oldish. It shows, and he's fat too. So getting up 3 flight of stairs to get up to here is like a lot of energy for Paul the cat. But he still goes, and he still likes to go around the neighbors' backyards. Richard Wagner, I wonder how Gilles keeps Paul from his mouse. Well, very simple. That's why I have trackpads. No mouse, just trackpads. Free to choose. Salut, j'espère que ça va bien. Bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe. Nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Sorry, guys. Andy New, nice to have you on board. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you here from a beautiful day in Winsville, Missouri. Fat Bear, nice to have you on board from Kansas. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado. Robert Cross, nice to have you here from the UK. RJ Dakota, yep, WKRP is an official station. We're going to talk about it on the International Radio Report show tomorrow. I've listened online on their webpage, and nice mix of music. I enjoyed what I heard, so I might actually tune it again to see. But it's kind of nice to have the famous call letters of the TV sitcom WKRP, which a lot of people say is actually very it is very real. It actually represents extremely well what radio and what DJs were like in the 70s. So it's I remember watching WKRP as a kid. I was coming from home, and I wanted to I watched WKRP because when I would go home when I was a teenager, there was a music video show on TV. So I wanted to see my music video show. But before the show aired, it was a half hour of WKRP. So I was like, I would watch WKRP as I got home from school, then I'd watch the video show. So I watched pretty much all WKRP episodes through that. And if you've never seen this, or if you want to watch them again, they are all the episodes of WKRP in Cincinnati are available on YouTube. You can watch them all. And actually, I watched a few, and it's still fun today. It's still fun to watch. Martin, nice to have you on board from Stockholm, Sweden. Nice to have you here. Pretty cool. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. I don't know if I will be awake most of this stream. So got zero sleep past day. Take it easy. That's all. Just take it easy. And if you fall asleep, hey, all right. Skidology, nice to have you here from Southern Ontario. Telewicha, L4INE, nice to have you on board. Good morning. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Robert Cross, I'm keeping well. I'm having a little health issue that I will probably have to go to see a doctor. But apart from that, not too bad. Not too bad. Martin says, happened to stumble upon Real Mix Radio, 500 watts in Finland, which is noisy as always, but it's reasonably steady this evening. Cool. What frequency, Martin? He's using a Texan H501X and a Sangean ANT60. Starting to hear CHU on 7850 on the icon here. I forgot to do the switch. I wanted to do a switch today. I wanted to take down the icon and put the Kenwood R5000 instead for a change, and have the Kenwood R5000 up here. And for the next few shows, I'm probably going to do that this week so I can kind of switch radios. It's fun to play with other radios sometimes. Roger C, nice to have you here from Connecticut. Robert Cross got a new Sony ICF 5100 and a new hot air station recently. So pretty cool. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you on board. And yeah, I think we're going to be due here for mowing the lawn, because with the recent days, I've seen that the grass has been growing real fast. So I think I will be due this week for the first mowing of the season, pretty much. Robert Cross says they've been getting some lovely weather. Pretty cool. It's always nice here. The weather has been kind of a little crappy, and boy. Blagadai, thank you so much for the donation that I just saw come through on PayPal. Rick Myers, KO40SA, nice to have you on board from Florida. DH1AO, nice to have you on board from Northern Germany. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from a rather cold and damp Dundee, Scotland, where we are recovering from elections here in the UK. So glad to seek refuge in shortwave radio. Yeah, things can really heat up in times of elections, definitely. VT Radio, nice to have you here, Paul, from Northern Vermont, AA1SU. I will be. I will send you a message. Are you free tomorrow, Paul, just by any chance? Because I plan on going to the local park. It's supposed to be pretty nice tomorrow. I can go to the local park, maybe do a couple of hours of radio. Do a couple of, few walk in the park videos. I was curious because I could bring my Yaesu portable. And from that place, it's pretty flat. Maybe I could hit that Covey Hill repeater, and we could try to make contact. I would bring my Yaesu with me to try that. If not, it doesn't matter. We'll try another time. But that could be fun to try out. What else do we have here? Going down. So what else? Let me go down. Nick Amendon, nice to have you on board from Romania. Rick Myers says curious since yesterday due to numerous storms in South Daytona, Florida. Had a nasty thunderstorm last night with hail, minor roof damage. Ouch, ouch. Gino Kearney, nice to have you on board. Ginger Cats rule. Yes, they are absolutely fantastic. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Robert Varner, H5B. Nice to have you here, KC2TL in New Jersey. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay Area. Looking forward to tuning the bands. And Emil Jansen, nice to have you on board. Kenneth, nice to have you here, KW1161 from Tucson, Arizona. And says, my bathroom sink failed. Oh no. No, this is really coming strong now. Look at that. Wonder if the code would work well. What's the speed? This is really, really, truly missing on the Yaesu. I would love that the Yaesu have a automatic detection of speed of CW. Drives me nuts. It drives me completely nuts that it doesn't. DJ K Rays, nice to have you here. Logger Eye, nice to have you on board from Virginia. No problem, Bobby. So have fun at your wrestling tonight. Gina Kearney, nice to have you here from Kentucky. Yes, I know, Joseph. I was actually thinking about it this afternoon before the live show. So that, because I know that if I clean it up here and I set up a comfy chair, there's a good chance that rather than going there, you will want to nap here. So we'll be able to have views of Paul the cat. So when I go for my my caregiving moments, point the camera out towards Paul the cat while I'm gone. What else do we have? Free to choose talked about. I guess it talked about the the WKRP is a real station. As RJ Dakota says, what they did is that the WKRP call letters are assigned to a low power FM station, and per FCC rules, a low power FM station can give its call letters to another station, high power station, that would broadcast a program. The station keeps his call letters, but he can actually give them for another type of broadcast on high power FM, and that's what this station's all about on 97.7 FM. So it's kind of cool. Bernard, nice to have you here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Blogger Dive 1.5 firmware for M-Lite now available from Elisa Volvo. Oh, cool. We'll be installing that later today for sure. This should fix, by the way, the CW offset that's wrong. And it should also fix the, actually not a fix, but it actually extends the VHF range from, I believe, up to the NOAA weather channels, which is kind of cool. So this is going to be worth checking out and seeing also if they made other underlying changes to the radio. And J Tech, nice to have you here. Got GQRX working, cool. Old Radio says my dad likes that show. NJ Tech says get 105.5 WDHA good. Joseph Schill, what are some tips for positioning the MLE30 antenna? Most of the buildings in my area are situated north to south because I'm along the coast. You know, the rule that most will say is the rule to try for the MLE30 is that the loop should be positioned for the lowest noise possible. That would be the goal, the lowest noise possible. And then it stays there in that position, rather than trying to figure out anything else. I don't think that even if you have buildings to the north or the south or whatever, I don't think it would be that much of a problem, especially if you have a certain distance between the buildings. Um, I would go just for turning it until I see that on the radios I have the lowest noise possible, and leave it like that. Um, what else? Yeah, I think just follow the rule, the lowest noise possible, and leave it like that. It doesn't. I don't think it matters that much in terms of you know. You can of course try certain things and listen to some signals, see if you see a difference. But I think the lowest noise possible is the best one. Martin has 59. Oh, it's 5950 is the frequency for the Pirate. Cool. Thanks. MJ Tech says FM radio is all I use. Plug and I loop antennas are deaf to the broadsides and sensitive parallel to the loop. So, yep, that's pretty much what it is. And there's a deep, deep, deep null that is very sharp. It's very difficult to have it. Starchild 9, nice to have you on board. Salut. Bienvenue de la Chine. It's nice to have you here. Once again, La Chine is to the west, to the southwest of where I live, pretty much, on the island of Montreal. Thank you for the donation, BMGI2LQ. Which radio do you prefer between the Texan 990X and the H501X? I like both. The H501X has a fun thing with the fact that FM is stereo with the two speakers. Now, if I would have to buy one of them, I would probably just save money a little and go with the 99X rather than the 501X, which is more expensive. But both are great radios. And today, if I would have to pay the price of the H501X, I would buy an S2200X instead. So that probably will be what I would do. Robert Cross, I'll be looking at that. I'm not sure if I will be doing Zooms for now, because I have a hard time finding some time to do anything. And so I might actually push it to the fall and kind of find some concepts and maybe restart the live Zooms in the fall, like in September or something. What else do we have? Jada Cutter, our lawnmower of old finally went out, and it was too hard for me to push. My caretakers had to buy a new mower, an Ego Electric with the large 56-volt battery. Self-propelled and works well. Yeah, everybody likes those those electric self-propelled. That's what my landlord should be actually giving me. So okay, Paul. Okay, let's put it at 3 p.m. I'll arrange to be there at 3 p.m. And can you just give me the details of what's the the tone for the repeater so that I can set it up properly before going. I'll do a few tests. I know from here when I'm positioned in some places I can key it up. So if I see I can key it up, I know that it works well, and I'll be able to. I can check it out online also on the repeaters listings. But okay, 3 p.m. We'll try that. See if it works or not. VT radio. NJ text someone Morse coding. Yep, that's the Marine station from California that I'm receiving here on 17016. That is the coming out of the Marine Historical Society. Joe, what do you feed Paul? I recommend yams, LT, weight cat food. Paul is extremely difficult. I've tried so many. He eats the Friskies stuff. That's what he likes. I went to the. I got a pet store just here. 10 minutes, and and even the vet. I asked him. I said, "What type of food do you recommend?" Because it's pretty big. And you know what? Every time I open any type of food that's way too healthy, he just looks at it, then looks at me like, "You want me to eat that?" And he just doesn't want it. So, and the problem is more me. It's like I listen to him a little too much. When he's like, "Oh meow, I want food," it's like, yeah, okay. I should have had a little more. But you know what? He's in shape. The last visit to the vet, my vet asked me, does he still go outside, go walk, and do stuff? I say, yeah. He goes down three, 3 stories high, does all the steps, goes to the neighbors up to like 5 or 6 neighbors, with other cats, and then he comes back up. So the vet says, okay, he's fat. He shouldn't be that fat, but the fact that he's walking, the fact that he's going outside and everything, still means that he's kind of healthy. So what else do we have? Yeah, what's the frequency, Kenneth? I use a lot of Kiwi SDRs and JTech to listen to all sorts of stuff that I can't hear from here. Often we'll use them to hear all sorts of signals, from broadcasts to utilities that I won't hear over here for some reason. So at least that's kind of fun to have. It's a great resource. TVDXer, salut, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board. Emigrante Cubano, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Fayetteville, Arkansas. 81 Fahrenheit. Hey, Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board from St. Catharines, Ontario. And what else do we have? Fred Water, WKRP, best show ever. As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. That's probably the most popular episode of them all. But man, that show is good. I watched a couple. I was wondering what to watch, and I typed WKRP on YouTube maybe a month ago, and I watched a couple of episodes. And man, that show is what, 40 plus years old, and I was still laughing. There's a little bit, it's getting questionable. That's the interesting part of these shows. The subjects and the way the subjects are getting into the show. You see that in 2026, there's, it's on the edge of, you know, a lot of shows would not go that way, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. ZY3WR question: since I don't have CW, when the frequency is after the number, for example, 176.700, what it should be on USB? If it's on CW, okay, CW is that if you have that mode, it means the tone will be perfect on the exact frequency. When you don't have CW, you either tune 1 kilohertz up and use lower sideband because you want to go get the frequency which is 1 kilohertz down, or you go down 1 and then you use upper sideband to get the frequency which is up. So in essence, if you have a signal on 17016, you go on 17017 lower sideband or 17015 upper sideband so that you can go get the tone. On some radios that either don't have upper lower sideband or that use a BFO or a fine tuning, sometimes you can actually use the 17016, the exact frequency, but just off tune the BFO and you'll hear the tone at some point. Actually, what you see as the frequency, okay, this is the whole frequency. So 17016.770 is the whole frequency. What's different is that on portable radios, very often you have only 5 digits. So the last number will be 17016. That's 1 kilohertz precision. This radio is a amateur gear, so it goes to the hertz. So it goes to 1 hertz at a time. That's what you see as 770 right now. So the radio is in essence 17016.770 to get the most precision, the most precise frequency reading possible. So in a radio that doesn't have that precision, just ignore the last 3 digits. Keep only 5 or 4, depending on what frequency it's tuned to. And then put 1 kilohertz down or 1 kilohertz up and upper or lower sideband. There are a few radios that are more precise, like for example the PL520. The PL520, when tuned in single sideband, actually I could tune 17016.77 if I wanted to, and because it has that precision on the frequency display. Okay, let me go down here. Yeah, some wild turkeys do fly. Absolutely. Absolutely. Some do and some don't. Right, Lisa, I have 2 distinct hardware revisions for the M-Lite 880, the original 1.2 Chevrolet revision at LCD brightness fault. Yeah, you want to have fat. That's because you want to have fat, juicy turkeys when it comes to cooking them. Angpar, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. Nice to have you on board. I hope you are well, my friend. VT Radio 17016.8 coming in here weekly. I turned on FLDG to decode it in the background. It's not doing a great job. Brian Leesner, neither revision I have works above 148. It's disappointing. Airband still works nicely. Joseph, nothing on 5950 California. Matty Boy Ace, Matt Y Boy Ace. Can I just fish a piece of speaker wire out through a wall sleeve outside? Clip to the antenna. That could work definitely. That could work definitely. If you have not too much noise around you, that will be the big problem. The noise around you by the different electronic devices or maybe the neighbors. But if it's not too noisy, that would work absolutely, Matt. Robert says September would be good, so no problem. So the Y3WR, Voice of Turkey in English at 5960. At this time, it's not impossible. Let's check 5960. It's on 5960. Oops, not on this one. On the one with frequencies. Yeah, here. So yeah, until 21 UT. It should be in Turkish though, not in English. Nothing is in English at this time on 5960. So that's interesting. If you hear something in English, might be something else happening. So that 3WR, I'm a little confused. Yeah, because what you see here is a complete, very precise frequency. The frequency on most portable is 5 or 4 digits, depending on the frequency. So usually that part here, the 770, you don't see it. You just see 17016. But because this one is very precise, it has all of the frequency to the precision of 1 hertz. So you could say that so NY3WR 5960, mainly Turkish language. For some reason there's an English broadcast. You know, it happens that Voice of Turkey sometimes messes up. It happens that they have the wrong language on a broadcast. I've seen that happen a few times. So it's either that or maybe something else that's not listed. Joseph, unfortunately, cat food companies spun their cat food with addicting additives. Yeah. Well, it's like, all the junk food we have. What do you prefer? If you don't if you don't you know follow the rules of good eating, you got a chocolate bar, you got chips, and you got a salad. What are what do you want to eat? You don't want to eat a salad, you want to eat the junk food. It's the same thing with foods sold for humans. Fred Waterer, Marine Historical Society, perk. Okay. Brian Leesner, cats will not eat healthy food. They love the junk food. That has been my experience. My last little guy was 17 when he left us. Okay, 146,685. Yep. And 88.5 hertz down. Perfect. Perfect. I will be there at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and we'll try it. I can't promise, but we'll try it. I'll be thinking I have that. I wonder if I don't know. I'll see. Anyways, we'll try it. I'll be in the middle of a pretty big park that is very flat, so I think the chances of me hitting Covey Hill might be good from there. For sure. Craig Martinetti, tornado watch in my area, Oxford County, Ontario. Wow. Stay safe, my friend. Joe says, I may have asked you before, but Japan in French comes in 21, 21, 20. 12060 direct from Yamata comes in at fair level here. So how is 12060 in Quebec? I haven't tried that frequency here. At that time, it's something to try. It's for Central Africa, so it's definitely something to try. They are right now in Japanese, so you know what? I'll get already an idea. I'm gonna go and tune 12060 and see if when I put myself in sideband to hear if there's a carrier. There's definitely a weak carrier on 12060, but it doesn't. It's too weak to come in. So that French language broadcast, which is for the same Central Africa, will not make it here this time. It might make it. It might have made it like in April when we had a little bit of a shorter days, and it might make it again possibly in a late August, September, as we go into the fall. That could be a possibility. But as we're getting into summer, that frequency definitely here. I just hear a very faint carrier in the background, and that's it. My my grandmother fed her cat nothing but liver. So that's interesting. I remember seeing going to the vet, and a lady had a cat, was sick, and she was vegan, and she wanted her cat to be vegan too. And the vet just looked at her and said, "A cat is not vegan. A cat will die being vegan. You have to give it, meat. It needs proteins in the meat. It's a carnivore. It needs to eat meat. You don't do that. Your cat's gonna die." Said Y3WR, I wonder when they changed from the French transmitter to German one, talking about NHK Japan. Yeah, sometimes it has to do with the frequencies they want to use or the transmitter they want to use, and at a certain time to a certain target area, it could be better from another target area. It all depends. They all think about that. Okay, what that frequency might be better on that transmitter. Sometimes it's just, oh well, we don't have, we had the time to rent here, but at that time somebody else is renting, so we have to switch to another, relay. Jim Garden says regularly use 20 all in SDR to monitor the bands. Unfortunately, my little flat is a black spot for interference, so it's either SDR or the park for best reception. Unfortunately, Jim, a lot of people are in that unfortunate fact that we have to go outside to have better reception. Brett Woolley, nice to have you here from Northwest Oklahoma. And thank you so much. Have a nice day. Also, Fred Waters says, my cats love Friskies. I got Whiskas once and almost failed my performance review. I try all sorts. I do try some Whiskas, some Friskies. I try to. One thing that I noticed with Paul the cat is that you don't give him the same thing every day. He gets bored and he looks and it's like, is there something else to eat? Like us, I mean, if you eat spaghetti every day, at one point you're gonna be like, okay, maybe I'd like something else to. So I tried the different, brands. I tried the different flavors and see what what he wants to heat. And JTech, just getting harsh noise on the ham channels. Yeah, maybe you have too much noise around you. Roger C, can you use a GA800 or the Sony Shortwave 7600 JR? I watched you review the radio and you were saying the antenna socket is active. Yeah, that's don't plug something like that on the Sony. The Sony Shortwave S7600 has power on the antenna, so on the antenna jack. And the reason it has power is because Sony itself had an active loop antenna that they were selling, and it is meant to be powered by the radio. So if you plug in a GA800, you might blow that antenna. So it is not recommended. You could use a wire, things like that, no problem. But active antennas is not recommended. You could blow the antenna. Joe, actually, NHK ended incident at the end of B25. A few broadcasts from now on here on the A26 schedules. So they probably had some. They probably had some contract and it just ended, and they thought, well, let's use something else. Joseph, how about chocolate in the salad? Yeah, maybe. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Shunig, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. Seacoast, look at that. Potato chips work on a salad, crumpled up. Yeah, they could, technically. What else do we have here? At Y3WR, it's a mess up part on Voice of Turkey last summer when they was on 6120. It was Russian broadcast. Joseph, vegan cattle cruelty. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't know why these people think that even the human body is not meant to be totally vegan. Emil Jensen says, I often have a much lower noise floor on long and medium wave. Sometimes the noise floor is just tremendously high on shortwave, though. Yeah. Devices that make noise often make noise in a certain spectrum. So sometimes one part of the band is very, very heavily noisy, and another part of the band will be quiet. Gabriel, nice to have you on board. Coming here from the soothing sound of shortwave. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. K2ADC in New Jersey. So Y3WR says 12060 is weak right now. So we're going to try our first SPY number. It's a very high frequency of 17458 CW. So this is going to be interesting to see if we hear that. 17458. I'm going to put it in the chat room. 17458 CW or 17457 upper sideband. And we're going to check that out. DJK Rays, they even have vegan toothpaste. How is regular toothpaste not already vegan? I don't know. There must be some kind of some protein or something they take to make it that well, there was that weird sound here. You guys hear that sound, that weird sound on 17458? That is weird. Oh, look at that tone. You guys hear that tone? It's fading in and out, so it's definitely propagating. Well, that definitely is going to interfere with our signal we're trying to get. But we're going to see. We're going to see. Joe recently had my Q286 at local park. Yamata started coming in at 1945, improved and 20 UT in Japanese and French 21 and 12060. Pretty cool. Signals says, yeah, hearing it in Florida. I think it may be one of the HF trading sites. No, it's not. It's too narrow. The HF trading would go real wide. This is pretty narrow. Let's go down. Let's put 100 kilohertz wide. And check it out here. And it doesn't have that same exact sound. Trying to see how. Well, it is wide though. Span is 200. Yeah, it is wide. Like 4.7. So from 440 to 465-ish. 460. So it's half the size. The trading signals are about 40 kilohertz. And by the way, I am hearing the M12 Moscow, St. Petersburg, Russia. So we have a mix of a mysterious tone mixed in with the M12 CW station that is coming into Montreal right now. So, well, it was too early, Brian. It started at 21 UT. You listened too early. VT Radio has a tone too. Martin, this 12060 thing proved interesting. 12070 is very strong here. And 501X has more difficulty with that than the ATS 909X2. PL 680 is somewhere in between. Joe says, as to the G8 800, wonder how that would fare with the Q286. Someone here did a demonstration with this antenna. Yeah, it should technically should work well on the Quotacent 286. SOL signals hearing the CW. Brian Lee's there. Here it is, 17458 CW, and I can confirm the fix for CW. Cool. So we know that they fixed the CW. So Paul says here the CW over the tone. Lagadai 17458, very strong. For you to choose, is anyone trying to jam M12? I wouldn't be surprised that they're jamming a number station. I've never. The Iran one was jammed. I would think that maybe it's just. Personally, I would think it's just, coincidence. There's some kind of digital signal and it's on the same frequency. Because it's not exactly on the same. It's lower than 17458. So it's kind of weird. It's a very weird mix. Lagadai on the M-Lite 880 with wire out the window. 54 cal M12 making the trip. 0-100. Nice to have you on board. KD2ANN, New Jersey. ZY3WR 17457 booming like crazy. Steve Burnham hearing for 17457 upper sideband. Lagadai 12060 extremely weak. So, which that would be radio, NHK Radio Japan in French, direct from Japan. ZY3WR 17457.5 sounds much better. Yeah, because you can adjust the tone. So, I put it like at 1 kilohertz, but if you play with the tuning, definitely you can adjust the tone to make it better for your ears also. So we have a mystery tone, and we have the M12 signal coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. So propagation seems to be interesting today. Definitely interesting. Joseph says nothing, no noise or nothing around 17450 here in the West Coast. So there's going to be another try in 16 minutes on 16234. So that's going to be interesting to check out. Definitely interesting to check out as we are moving. One reminder, guys, if you like what I do, if you like tuning the bands, finding all of these weird signals, and just having fun together doing all of this, super chat for donation or PayPal for the pizza fund and cat treats. It's always appreciated. It helps tremendously. You have no idea, guys. So thank you all for your support. So 3WR, it's 100% condition, dose frequency at midnight for more are kind of deaf. Yeah, as you'll get into summer, the deep of summer, you'll be surprised at what you can hear at those high frequencies, though. Even in the middle of the night. But yeah, higher frequencies tend to not be the best. K-index is at the level of Montreal, Quebec. The K-index right now is at 0.87. This is a great K-index. This means propagation should not be too bad today. Solar flux is at 120, not super high, but we got decent conditions tonight. You should be hearing interesting stuff by tuning around. That's for sure. That's for sure. DJK Ray says, as soon as the waterfall fills the screen, I'm going to snapshot it and paste it in general on HF Underground's Discord. So we're having pretty high frequency. I think the highest frequency I've had M12 was around 20 megahertz. It was at 20,000 something. And that would have been the highest frequency I've ever heard the M12 spy number station from Russia. I heard a couple of times when conditions were really good. I heard those single letter CW markers that they have from Russia on 22 megahertz, but that doesn't happen very often. So it seems to have ended, as I don't hear. It's kind of interesting that no, it's still there. Oh, there's something there. Yeah, that tone. That tone is very weird. That tone is very weird. I don't know where that comes from. Could it be a jammer? You never know. But definitely, this is interesting that we have that tone there. As we're waiting for the next signal, I'm going to do a little something here. I'm going to check what's on. Let's check what's on. I'm going to span it at 500 kilohertz. See what's on 16 meter band. Not very strong, but Spain on 17715. Not very strong, but WRMI on 17790. Huh. Let's try the single letter. The single letter. Let's try a single letter. What are the frequencies? 16 megahertz frequencies for them. Single letter channel markers from Russia, if we hear anything. There we go. There we go. Russian markers. 16331 CW and up to 16332.4. So it's going to be interesting to check out. Yeah, I'm hearing this one. 331. Which I think is a letter D. So it would be on 7.7. Very weak, but there. So I am getting on 16331.7 the channel marker D coming out of Russia. It's sending the letter D over and over and over again. It's one of those Russian marine channel markers. Gonzo fam, nice to have you on board. New to SWL, could you say the frequency and if USB or LSB, please? Yeah. So right now it's 16331.7. If you're an upper sideband or lower sideband, you can do 16331 upper sideband. GJK Ray, someone posted that those lines are Seymour, a Canadian meteor radar. Huh. That could be interesting to check out. UHF. I have to learn more about that. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. And by the way, you might be hearing others. There are several between 16331 and 16332.4 with different letters. Conrad Bell, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. DJK Ray says Pirate on 6930. We're going to go tune that. 77LJS. John Beckham, nice to have you on board. Central Washington, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Harold, nice to have you here from Norway, LB1NH. Oh yeah, it's today. It's Victory Day in Russia. Joseph, nice to have you here. Nice to have you. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the donation, Joseph. So do I treat OER as a time signal in 10,000? Michael says, I was thinking about the Radio Shack catalog, remembering that even sold wristwatches similar to radios you can buy a $20 watch that is so accurate with other features. It's amazing. Steve Burnham, hearing it on 16330 USB. Ryan Leisner, 16331 is 0.7 is a go. DH1AO, MUF in Canada, currently 22 megahertz. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. So SWL signals hearing the channel marker in Florida. Yeah, Gonzo Fum, that's it. Dash dot dot, which is the letter D in Morse code. And there might have been another one when I look at when I tune closely, I might hear something else. Just something here in the, oops, it was the wrong page. So, yeah. So let's add on to 16234. Not very far from where we are. 16234. It's interesting. I'll have a tone. I'm going to put the notch. There we go, 1000 hertz. So 16234, another M12 from St. Petersburg, Russia, in 2 minutes' time. So we're getting ready for that one. 2 minutes' time. And thank you once again, Conrad Pelt. Much appreciated. So Gonzo found as an XH Data D808 long wire in Southern Indiana. Pretty cool. Everybody's wondering about the why they do that, and they think it's just to reserve kind of a frequency, so that kind of tell the world, hey, this is our frequency. I've never heard of anybody that has heard anything else than just the Morse code, so I don't know. So let's see, will we hear our M12 number station from St. Petersburg, 12234, or 12, it's 16234, CW, and 16233 in upper sideband. There we go. Pretty good. Well, this is a Russian spy number station from St. Petersburg, Russia. Tostelov, nice to have you here. Oh yeah, Joseph, the World of Radio mailing list IO group is absolutely great. There's a lot of info in there. A lot of info. All All right, Don, thank you so much for the Pizza Fund donation through PayPal. Much appreciated. SWL signals CWS8 S9 signal in Florida. Brian Leesner 16234. Here we go. Excellent reception. Roger C receiving in Connecticut. Said White's BWR receiving also. And I will take this opportunity, guys, to go and check out my caregiving duties. It won't be long. And get myself another beer. As I leave you with the soothing sounds of spy number stations. I'm pretty sure the Russian spies are just watching the stream, because here is the signal. So I'm back in a few minutes. It is interesting how the messages are shorter this week. Remember, it's last week that we were listening, or 2 weeks ago, where the messages were really long? They seem so much shorter now. So, Martin says odd 16235 lower sideband is a bit better than 16233 upper sideband. It could be possible. Could be you might be avoiding some interference. You can there's so many things depending on the radio also. It's good to try both. Joseph, spies taking advantage of the open internet since the printing press was invented. Dustin Loaf, 16233 strong in Vermont. The H1AO, the speed up when Jill is gone. ZY3WR. 16235, you mean? Lagadai says, while Jill is away, I think I will install the 1.5 firmware on the M-Lite. Alright, go for it. Brett Woolley, got it on my G6 Grunding Buzz Aldrin Edition. Gonzo's got it on, he's got M12. But 16331 is the single letter channel marker. I guess you meant maybe 16234 or 16233. Nickel, nice to have you here from the UK. G6BGV, nice to have you on board. VT Radio at 16234, fairly strong in Vermont. PVM, nice to have you on board. Hope you're doing well. Like the haircut. As a ham, have you ever got into DMR? What do you think of it? I've never tried it, so it's something that eventually I should probably dabble and look. I find it interesting, all of these digital modes and transmissions. So definitely something that I will eventually look into. I do not have any DMR capabilities here, so I would need to get something to get into that. But I'm okay with all of these things. A lot of people don't like DMR and D-Star and whatever, all the other fusion and stuff. But I got no problem. It's technology, and we have to advance and move on. Have a good dinner, VT Radio. Tabby Tom, nice to have you on board. And the thumbs up button to support the channel. Thank you so much. It is much appreciated. And thank you all, guys, for your support and donations also. It is much appreciated. Is that why we have typo? I mean, the sound close to accurate. Maybe it's a Texan 990. Yeah, it depends on the radio. All right. Well, 16233 is now gone, so you will now be able to try if the CW is fixed, Lagadai, with the last transmission coming up in 9 minutes on 15814. So, and put your M-Lite on 15814 and choose CW mode, and it should be okay. So the next transmission is 15814, 9 minutes. There's some radio teletype. As we're waiting for that, we're going to go check out our friend that said there's a pirate on 6930, I think. Oops. Don't hear anything right now. 6930. I don't know if you guys hear that pirate. 6930. So as we wait for the next SPY number transmission coming out of Russia, St. Petersburg, Russia, we're going to continue checking it out. ZY3WR, okay. Spain coming in well on 15,500. Scatology. Big Bad John, nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota does not have 6930. DH1AO, maybe I should try FT8, but I really like my QRP stuff. Today from the boat and the North Sea Danish border to Iceland with 5 watts. Well, you know, nothing prevents you from using FT8 QRP. Just put yourself at 5 watts and do FT8. So you just, you know, call CQ QRP and people know that you're using only 5 watts on your FT8 setup. That also could be a lot of fun. Nothing prevents you from being QRP on FT8. Actually, there are a lot of people that are QRP. I've tried it a few times. I'm amazed. I put myself at just 5 watts on FT8 20 meter band, and I remember making a few contacts with Europe, and I was like, whoa, I'm making it to Europe with 5 watts. This is incredible. Mark. Nice to have here. Says they have the Armed Forces crossband test today. Check Military Mars. Oh, it's today's the crossband frequency stuff. Oh, that's fun. So there's going to be some activity for sure. I would suggest that some of you guys look at some of the Mars frequencies and the bands. Brett Woolley, thank you so much for the donation. I will surely have a beer on you. And thank you for your support. Martin says 15,500 almost non-existent. 15,520 going the other direction is much better. So 15,500 is in Spanish. Yes, you should be receiving it at AM mode. Don't need upper sideband or any sideband to receive it. That's the frequency for North America on 15,500. As we look into what else is going to be then after that. So we're going to have, in essence, done pretty much all the. So here we have 21. I'm just going to check the 21. 4. Yeah, and then it goes to the 0 UT targets. So we have one last shot of our number station that's coming up at in 4 minutes on 15,814. I'm going to put the frequency on the chat. 15,814 CW, 15,813 upper sideband, and of course 15,815 lower sideband works also. So the Y3 is getting WRMI 15770. I've asked permission. I probably will have permission. You guys on my channel, I will be posting Jeff White's presentation and tour of WRMI that was at the fest on my YouTube channel. I think it's content that's totally worth that everybody sees it. It's just amazing, including the moment where Jeff White is comes face to face with an alligator, which is quite interesting. So we'll be checking that out. I should have permission. Usually there's no problem. But you know, I prefer asking for permission than having somebody tell me, well, you shouldn't do that. So I've sent the email, and probably it's going to be okay. It was pretty nice to have all of that, and the fest was a lot of fun. I was so tired. I got so I participated in the hospitality suite Thursday night, then Friday, and then Saturday was presentations, live show on Sunday, and when I got to bed Sunday night, I just slept like a little baby until Monday morning. I was so tired, so tired. I had more than 30 hours in front of a camera. But it was a lot of fun. It's always fun every year. It's something that's always very, very fun. So if there is traffic, we should be getting it's not started yet, Dustin Love. It's in a minute's time. It's gonna start in a minute's time. Let's see what happens here. Fred Water says the alligator looks like he's checking the buffet. Well, there's definitely enough to eat for a while. There we go. And we should be getting anything. This is an optional frequency, by the way. There's not always traffic on it. It is there. Here we go. Coming in. Kind of neat that I could see the peak of WRMI 15770, and there are people listening there that have no idea that right now, just above it is a spy number station. Oh, definitely, Fred. It was a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun. You know, I told Sheldon a few times, you know, if I was just a participant, like, you know, not having to deal with anything, not having to take care of the hospitality suite when the others are gone, I find that the $15 fee is just the hospitality suite. It's worth the $15 fee. And, you know, Big Bad John, yep, getting it settled now. As otherwise, we are weak, but there. Brett Woolley copies. DJ K Rays has Art Bell Radio, just came on 6925. Skidology receiving 15184, kind of strong. Israel Signals, S7 in Florida. Take care and have a good night at the wrestling match, Bobby Burgess. I haven't seen if got this very variable background noise, which is bad. So 15814, you don't hear anything, Blog or Die, in CW mode? You want to try it on 15813 upper sideband just to see? Or try it on another radio, maybe? I'm curious. It's going down to Florida, and I would guess you should be, you know. My WX50, the $15 fee was definitely worth it for me to participate in the Shortwave Fest. Really enjoyed learning about WRMI and having the virtual tour. Mike B, 15813, upper sideband week in Southwest Colorado. Yeah, it is definitely a great event. Honestly, the Shortwave Fest is always fun. Let me try Art Bell Radio on 6925. Not getting anything here on the pirate bands. You know, as we're getting into almost mid-May now, the sun now is setting quite late in Montreal. So those lower frequencies are going to propagate much later than Old Trivy, copy UK loud 15814, DH1AO 15814 S7 here in North Germany. Yeah, I believe it is directed towards Europe, so it must be for one embassy somewhere in Europe that they are broadcasting this. Blagadai, 15815 good on PL990. So technically you should be getting 15814 CW on the M light. Maybe your AGC sensitivity setting isn't set to the proper level. You're using an outdoor antenna, right? Go to what I would suggest. Let me just okay, there we go. You press the number number 6 key, and you go to the second page with the letter A, and play with the AGC gain at the bottom, the number 3, and put it up or down. Check out if maybe the sensitivity is maybe too low, or because you should be getting that. I can't. I you know, I don't think you should have a problem. If you get in on the Texan, it should be in on the M light. Let me just, should have some wire coming out of the can't find a plug for the coming out of the find it here. Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. So I put that here. And 15814. Of course, it just stopped as I was trying to. A good test is you should try is try WRMI on 15770 if you're receiving it on both radios. It has to be a setting. Honestly, it has to be a setting. Fred Water, I wasn't really interested in the last two presentations on Saturday. The Hospitality Suite saved the day. It made it worth hanging around for Poncho. Yeah, the that is why we do it, because there are presentations that sometimes we aren't interested in. I mean, there were a lot of presentations I was not fond of this year. There were a few ones that I did watch. And when you're in a presentation that is you go to the hospitality suite, there you're gonna have some fun. And that's pretty much what people did, move back and forth from one or the other. In my case, I always told everybody, like, man, have two computers. You could be at both places at the same time. And for those that, I hope you got your Pancho Villa Pirate I sent Sunday night, sorry. For those that have asked for the Pancho Villa broadcast, I sent you the MP3. So I hope that you enjoyed the Pancho Villa broadcast, if one were to know about these things. Mike WX50, it was great to have the hospitality suite option when the presentation wasn't interesting. And that's the exact reason we do it. We know that it is a great place. We talk about different things. That conversation we had about languages was fascinating. Started with Alfred, that asked me if what's my native language, because he couldn't believe that my native language was French with my English that I speak. And that started a whole conversation about languages, which was fascinating. Big Bad John, big signal here in Lower Michigan, 15814. Gonzo says, yep, 15814. Hearing 15500, 520, pretty good. Tosanlof. Blagadai, okay, I have CW working on 15814, and I hear a tone. The pitch is lower than I expected, but a tone. Maybe you need a bit of calibration. There's a CW pitch fix. If you look into the menus, you can change the tone of CW. So look at the CW tone, and you're going to have a setting where you just put it at the tone that you like, that's nice for you, for your ears, and just leave it there. And next time you tune a CW signal, it will always have that same pitch if you're on frequency. Tosanov 15770 strong. Mike WX50, I did receive a Poncho MP3. If one were to notice such things, absolutely. Tosanov, you don't seem to have a French accent at all. I don't have the French accent like when when we shouldn't joke about that, but when I go to karaoke, there was a guy from France that came here for a year, and he would go to karaoke, and we always wanted him to sing "U2 with or without you," because when he was singing it, he was always saying "with or without you," which made us laugh. And he stopped singing it because one day he realized that we asked him because we were kind of laughing at it, and which is bad. I know I'm a bad guy, and I said, no, don't worry about it. It's like, and so I don't do that type of of English where you know like the French do. And honestly, I've learned my English real young, so that you know your head, your brain when you're 7 or 8 years old, your brain is like a sponge. It gets everything in. So you know, I have my little quirks where it's visible that it's not my native language, but I think it's not too bad. I remember a comment on the YouTube channel, which was so funny. A guy on the YouTube channel said, "Why don't you learn to speak a better English?" And somebody posted as a comment, "He speaks better English than most Americans." I was like, "Oh, okay, that's fine." So that was the number station side of things, where we had these signals. So let's go down to WRMI, see what's there. So some music just ended. Some broadcasts and some language. What else do we have here? Yeah, Spain. 15,500 is pretty good from Spain. It's very noisy, but I do have WWV on 15 megahertz. Let's see if we got RWM. So no RWM Moscow time signal in 14996. Let's try 9996. Yeah, definitely coming in. It's pretty strong too. 9996. Moscow time signal right now with fast pips. That's coming in well. So propagation is really good tonight. Yep, that's CW pitch setting. Let me check for a second. I came across that CW pitch in menu. Spectrum A. Right here. It is what was that pitch? Trying to remember. I remember seeing it. Tuning daytime Bluetooth about. Man, where did I see the pitch? It drives me nuts now. Spectrum, RDS, brightness. S meter, spectrum gain. I'm not crazy. I saw the pitch somewhere. Why don't I find it anymore? There definitely is a pitch. So when you go to mode, and I'll choose 3, and I can't find it, but I'm sure I've seen it. I'm sure I've seen it. Oh, here you go. So you put yourself in CW mode. And once you're in CW mode, you press the number 6 key. And on the one of the menus, you'll see CW pitch, 500 hertz. So you can change that and change the pitch to whatever sound you put it higher if you want it higher, and lower if you want it lower. So you put yourself in CW and then you press a 6, and you'll see in one of the pages CW pitch. So Martin says, don't get 14995, done 4995, 9995, very strong. Yeah. I always, when I listen in, if you listen in sideband, it's best to use 4997 or 9997 lower sideband. So what it does, it prevents you from having interference from WWV or any other time signal that's above. Yeah, there seems to be some static crashes from far away. Now it became a tone. Yeah, it sounded like Russian, something like that. Free to choose. DH1AO says I had superb time in the early 2000s in Banff observing wolves. Never forget it. Scatology, no joy on 9996. Doesn't know if I hear 9996. Martin don't get. Doesn't know if I'm getting a lot of noise on the Vermont Kiwi. So yeah, we figured it out for the CW pitch setting. Fred Water, people who criticize Joe's English probably think he lives in Quebec. Martin, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. He says, so now everyone can have the perfect pitch. Thank you so much for your donation through PayPal. Through YouTube, sorry. And of course, for those that want to do it through PayPal, the Pizza Fund and cat treats. Don't hesitate. It is what keeps me alive and continuing. I know you guys love what we do here. So, hey, how about a little something? Especially if you've never done it before. How about it? If you're here all the time and never did a donation, think about it. What else do we have? Big Bad John as a pirate on 6925 over sideband. I'm just gonna lower this bitch. Am I hearing anything? Yeah. Seems to be sending some slow scan TV. So definitely something on 6925. Definitely something on 6925. Martin says RWM overpowers WWV here. Yeah, I would guess in Sweden because you're pretty close to where they are in Moscow. They're just outside the suburb of Moscow. The Wind, nice to have you on board from Seneca County, New York. Fred Water about the Blue Jays. Good. Brian Leesner says pitch is a personal preference. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Some like it, lower, higher. There's also depending on our hearing also, because I know I'm deaf to a certain level. I've listened to rock music way too high in my earphones for all of my life. So I know that I am deaf to a certain level. And even I even had a test done, and it's like, yeah, I know my ears are kind of crappy, and maybe even the shortwave static and all of that we were trying to DX with earphones on, all of that together made my ears work overtime. So with the loss of hearing, what happens is that you have tones that you don't hear anymore, and sometimes that gives you a specific tone that you like that is better for you, but not necessarily for somebody else. Perry, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. And MJP Radio Crime Boss, nice to have you on board. Michael, nice to have you here. And as we're listening to the soothing sounds of RWM Moscow, I believe right now WRMI isn't Saturday. Oh, it's Radio Taiwan in Spanish right now. Let's check out the 22-meter band out of curiosity. So WWCR on 13845 with its high-pitched whining sound that is annoying because of transmitter issues. That interference I get that goes up and down, I really hate. Radio Marti, not very strong on 13570. There's some kind of a tone on 13580. It says if there's a broadcast in a tone on 13580 for some reason. Is there any transmissions on let me put the IBI space by frequency. Anything on 13580? This time 22 should be should be Radio Romania to the far east. 22 to 23. So that's why I'm hearing in the background some talk, but it's very weak. Very weak. Brian Leesner says that's why 600 starts to pop out for me. From 500 to 600 bug difference. My ears have to be shot. Dustin Love 6925 has some low frequency stuff along with SSTV. Yeah, it seemed to be some kind of a very a mixed bag. For you choose, everyone involved in radio should be extra careful with their hearing faculties. Yeah, I I don't learn. I still listen to music at very high levels. My phone, because they have to do it today. My phone, when I listen to some music, my phone constantly lowers the volume, and on this display it says, "You've been listening to a very high level of music for too long. You should lower your volume." Yeah, it's supposed to be Radio Romania, Martin. Radio Romania in English, but to the far east. But I have some kind of tone over it. I don't know if it's local. We have an email from somebody called Jim. And Jim says, "Hi, been watching since the beginning. I watch your show almost every week. And I do not participate in the chat. Love what you do. Follow along, tune in to signals. I have a question. Is it worth on an MLA30 to change that thin coax with something better? Thanks for what you do." Yeah, I've look, I've not done it on mine, but I've seen so many people. Ricky Long, that's on here regularly, did it. I know some other people did it. And pretty much everybody agrees from what I see, and it makes me want to try it too, because pretty much everybody agrees that changing the coax to something better and better shielded made the noise floor lower. So yeah, definitely, it seems to be something about um, something that could be very good idea to do. I can tell you that. All right, Dodd, take care. Thanks for the donation once again through PayPal. Much appreciated. And I guess see you next week. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, definitely agree that the hospitality suite alone was worth $15 for the Shortwave Fest. The recorded replay is also very useful. That's the other thing also that um, we don't realize, but I was saying you don't have to, if you think you can't be there for the sessions, it doesn't matter because you can pay your dues, and what's going to happen is if you can't show up, you will get an email with all the links to the sessions that you can watch after. So that's kind of cool. You can still see the sessions of the fest even if you can't participate. So you can pay your dues anyways, just for that. Fred Water, for those who know Morse code, does Cyrillic Russian Morse code have a unique sound that you can pick out? It's mostly that there's some characters that are not that are different in the code than the regular Morse code we use. So I guess maybe somebody that's used to the Russian Cyrillic Morse code might have an ear for it. Like we usually have an ear for whatever pattern in a Morse code signal. So I would guess it probably is more with, the patterns that they'll hear that it's like, oh, this must be, Russian Cyrillic Morse code because of this. Because there's a few characters that are non-existent in the regular Morse code or different. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. KB2AHS in Long Island. WF7IO Bruce says, for the guy asking about QRP FT8, I just worked a couple of QRP stations on FT8. They just put their call sign in as QRP. Yeah, that's what they do usually. You'll see the call sign, and you'll see QRP added, so that it's low power. Martin, I've got a siren on several frequencies at different times of the day, though, given that it seems to be at least partly over Radio Farda. I guess it's Iran. Yeah, there's that's the a siren type jammer is the sign of Iran most of the time in on shortwave. Yeah, that's like I was saying, RJ Dakota. If those extra characters are added, maybe somebody that's used to it will pick up the pattern and say, "Oh, that must be some Cyrillic Morse code." But yeah. Hey, Craig Martinetti, I'm back. The storm came through my town, the rain and wind, but no tornado. That's what we want. No tornado, nothing bad. We don't want to have bad stuff happen. So it's nice to have you back. The best, if you want to Jet NG, I guess you probably know the website, but the best website for pirates is HF Underground. You have just gonna share it here. Here we go. HF Underground, and you have everything about pirates there. Mixed Radio International worldwide, 6840 apparently. Let's go check it out. Not hearing it. It was on 6900. Now it moved to 6840. But I'm not hearing mixed radio. It was booming in last week during the fest, and I think mixed radio was the one who broadcast Pancho Villa Pirate. So Jet NG. There's a lot of pirates all around 6850 to 7000 Jet NG. Just look at the HF Underground that I've sent you there, and look at the North American pirates. It's like there's tons of them every day. Plug-or-die M-Lite 880 calibration units went back to okay. So when you upgrade to the firmware, it resets all the settings for that. Thanks for letting me know. That means we'll have to recalibrate. After the show's done, I'm gonna eat my pizza and update my M-Lite. There's a good chance. He's moving around from what I see here. His area, I see that mixed radio was reported just now. 6840. He was on 6900, and he moved around. Last week he was on 6870, real strong. So it seems to be moving around. He's the one that surprised everybody. A couple of weeks ago, people went on 5950 WRMI frequency, and WRMI was off that night. And they said, "What's this? WRMI is an upper sideband." And it wasn't WRMI, it was Mixed Radio International that actually was broadcasting over a WRMI frequency. Yeah, I haven't heard that one in a long time. Captain Morgan Shortwave is an AM mode in general, and he claims that he's using only 25 watts. And I have heard them a couple of times, so he must have a decent antenna. Oh, they changed the calibration units. Okay. I got it. Blagada. Okay. Interesting. So, okay. We'll check it out. Yeah, maybe some of the menus have changed. I think it's interesting to check out the different menus. I almost feel like taking snapshots of the menus now and then snapshots of the menus after going to 1.5. I got a message on my YouTube channel from the guys that do the M-Light, and they said they've watched every video, and I guess they will be watching a lot of the videos that I do also, with the firmware update. I actually should do a calibration video. Sorry. A firmware update video to kind of help Windows users, know how simple it is. And with Windows, it's very, very easy to do. I haven't heard Captain Morgan in a while. There's quite a few. Mixed radio has been dominating recently. There's a few pirates have been dominating. One that we haven't heard in a while, Radio Free Whatever. I don't know if you guys remember Radio Free Whatever. I don't remember hearing them lately. Radio Free Whatever. Oh, I just got an email from an anonymous tip. And that email says that Pancho Villa broadcast will be again at 04 UTC tonight, midnight, on 7,000 lower sideband. That's an odd frequency. 7,000 lower sideband. At 04 hours universal time tonight, it will be a repeat of Pancho Villa. Thanks with all you do, if one were no such things. So an anonymous tip, guys. I just got an anonymous tip about a Pancho Villa broadcast from the show of last week at 04 UTC tonight. That's midnight. 7,000 lower sideband. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of sad that tell you to leave. Kenneth, KW61, back for lunch. And people have been saying I need a firmware update for years. We all need firmware updates as we get older, Kenneth. Tubrick Tim, what's the point of pirate broadcasting? As far as programming, they offer nothing of value. The problem with the pirate stations, if we talk about programming, is how it changed over the years. Anyone listening to Shortwave for a long time, remember that back in the 80s, 90s, pirate broadcasters were very unique. They had their own programs. They had comedy skits. They had all sorts of really out there, programming that was fun to listen to. And that was the day where, they actually took time to create a content for you to enjoy. Today's pirates, I put them in a category of they are the guys that always wanted to be a DJ playing music on an FM radio station. And most of what we hear now is we play music like we would be a big gun FM station. And that's the fun of it. And add to the fact that they like to know where, where they're heard and all of that. But in terms of what you mean by programming, I understand what you're saying. It's like the pirates before used to have really, really unique, they take the time to create a content and not just be music stations, if you want. So yeah, I can get it. Some people, and I hear that from I've heard that from a lot of people, saying, the pirates are not as fun as they used to be. Today it's just music. Yeah, I get it. I remember some pirates that I've listened to in the '90s that you were just captivated by their very out there weird program that you just listened to, and just go with it, go with the flow. Um, and today, yeah, honestly, it's a lot of it's music, and some people don't like it. But still, I'd rather have that than have nothing, personally. But I understand what you're saying. Totally understand what you're saying. With what you can get out of a pirate broadcast. And I take it more as a fun of listening to some broadcast that just came out. An example to Rogue Tim, what I just talked about, Pancho Villa at 7,000 kilohertz lower sideband tonight. That is content. It's not music. It doesn't last very long. It's, I think, 11 or 12 minutes long, but it's not music. It is definitely content. It's kind of funny and kind of out there. But yeah, I think a lot of the pirates they wanted to be. It's like in their own mind, they always wanted to be radio DJs and play their favorite songs, and they do it through pirate radio. And this is what a lot of them do now. So well, what I just explained, Joseph. I think I've explained it with what happens, because the pirate scene today is different from the pirate scene 30 years or 40 years ago. Um, there was some, what I would say, programming in terms of they would create, a word, spoken word programs, and would not rely heavily on music. They would have their own skits, their comedy skits, or sometimes they'd mix in stuff from that already existed. I don't know, the Three Stooges with some other type of content they create and stuff like that. It's different today. It's definitely different today. I like the old content. I miss some of it, but at the same time, like Radio Azteca back in the days, the real one. I mean, people would listen to that because it was just hilarious and fun to listen to. But today's pirates, and it's not the same. It depends. Tuberg Tim likes program, likes something interesting that is going to be out there. So I understand why for him. Well, why should I listen to a pirate that for 2 hours plays music and has only IDs? I get it. If that's not your thing, I totally get why he's not, kind of interested. It all depends, and still, pirates are out there, and I'd rather have that than have nothing, like I said. But I totally understand what he means by that. The H1AO Radio Caroline, yep. DJK Rays, I kind of like Ball Smacker Radio, 6960 Pirate on Fridays. I think the programming as music for the bowling alley. DJK, Pamela Barrows. Hello there. Where are you from? Where are you from, Pamela? DJK Ray says, I remember a pirate FM in this area that offered music not yet available on other stations. In fact, they are part of the reason a few stations flipped to that format. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, and the FM band, there's all sorts of things that are kind of and New York. I mean, New York. I I I find them completely nuts. I would not put out there a uh, I would not, put out there an FM pirate. It's like you're putting yourself as a target. The shortwave pirates is more difficult to track, and there are ways to do it. If I would do a pirate, I know how I would do it. I take a car and do it somewhere. I'd get out of town and do it somewhere. Just put a antenna up and broadcast from a truck or a car or something, and then come back home. It's like, yeah, you don't know where I am. But a FM pirate, you put your antenna on the balcony and everybody sees it. That's why they're all getting caught in New York City. I sometimes I think some of those pirates maybe don't even know that they are pirates. They put up something and they think, well, oh look, there's a transmitter. We could broadcast something. But some of them are so amazing that I find it so surprising. They have advertising. They sell advertising. They make it's like what? And you think you're not going to get caught? Come on. Well, pirates are always fun to listen to, Joseph. I still enjoy listening to pirates personally. I like the now that like mixed radio. Okay, you got music, but you got this waterfall art going through, and it's like you use your SDR because you want to see the art going through the SDR waterfall. DJK Rays, there's also still a pirate who appears from time to time in this area on 104.5, playing old American top 40 episodes from the 70s and down, doing a top 100 countdown. Wow. Ronald White, nice to have you here. I just tried to hook up my FTDX 10 to a monitor with DVI to DVI and no luck. Is that TV you're hooked up to? Okay, this is a monitor. Okay, so this is a monitor, an Asus monitor. It has a DVI port on it. So I don't know how you hooked it up. On the FTDX10, there's a quirk that if you are trying to use so you say DVI to DVI, if you're trying to use a conversion DVI to HDMI, it doesn't work. It might even cause problems. So you say DVI to DVI. I would check your cable, make sure it's a good DVI cable. Second of all, you press the menu button. You go down to display settings and you make sure that external monitor is on, and you make sure that the resolution is 800 by 480. If that resolution is not correct, your monitor will not display anything. So, external display on, pixel 800 by 480 in the display, the external monitor display settings. It's very, very important. Try that again. If you have a monitor that has a DVI port on it, you have a correct or good DVI cable, then it might be just that setting that is not correct. And it should work. MJP Radio Crime Boss. The first time I listened to pirate radio station, it was the late 80s. That's the first time I think I listened to the Sex Pistols. Yeah, they often have a choice of music that you don't hear on the radio. Kevin is here. Nice to have you here. Just popping in from Detroit to send you love, brother. Been watching for many years, and you've inspired me to do great things with shortwave and ham radio. Take good care. Well, you take good care too. It's fun to have you here, and it's nice to have you pop up, say hello, and thanks for being here. It is greatly appreciated. Jet NG, what is the best radio to go with? Sangean 909X2 or the highly expensive DSP2 Chinese clone? Well, if you're to buy a Malahite clone, you better buy the real one from the Russian guys, because you know you have the real thing. Well, that's a question that is difficult to answer, because it depends what you're searching for as a radio. If you tell me what's the best radio for me to bring on a camping trip, well, the first real good answer I think that I would give you is the one that works and that will bring you what you want. And that depends what you're searching for. Some people will want to have one of those, or might say, well, the only radio I will bring with me on a camping trip is M Lite, because I love it so much. And some others will say, no, I'm going to bring, a text and receiver, little portable, simple text and radio. So the first thing is, what do you like? What are you searching for? Do you want to have a portable SDR on a camping trip, or do you want to have just a radio that receives? Then, it simplifies the answer, because that question is very fast. A DSP or a Sangean 909X2, which is basically a standard radio. I would also look at another possibility. Now, today, it's kind of easy. You can buy, these power bricks for cheap, so you can keep your radios alive for a long time on a camping trip by bringing just one of those. So that is kind of nice. But if you don't have one of those, think about what is the simplest way to power your radio. Is it easy to get power? So if you're in the middle of nowhere, it's easier to get AA batteries and store, every store in the middle of nowhere have AA batteries. You won't get any lithium ion stuff from that. So it all depends. There's so many factors to check in to make sure that you enjoy it and that you always have the ability to have a fun experience and have your radio working. So it's, like I said, it all depends what you're searching for. Martin says, a long time ago, we had a commercial pirates from ships, given that they're a public service BBC monopoly. It wasn't until, but that's what Radio Caroline did. Radio Caroline was I'm tired of what the BBC does and that we only hear the same thing. So let's do our thing so that people hear something else. And that's what Radio Caroline did back in the day. Mike WX50 had a cousin who was a DJ when I was in high school. It was so cool to tune into her show, and she played music I liked. That's the thing. It's like, we were talking about they want to be DJs on the radio. It goes back to my teenage years. In my teenage years, what did I do? In my teenage years, I had this little kit, which is a Part 15 AM transmitter. And the first thing I did was to modify it to try to get more power, and I just put my shortwave 100 feet of wire on the antenna, and it went all the way to the corner street where one of my best friends lived. And I started doing, I found it cool. So one Friday, when school stopped, in June, I thought, oh, this could be cool. In my summer vacation, I'll do a, you know, countdown every Friday night at 7 p.m. And so I would call up my friend at the corner of the street and say, hey, do you hear me? I'm on, 1100 kilohertz. And he would tune and says, yeah, I hear you. He didn't hear me that well, but he heard me. So I said, well, every Friday at 7 p.m., I'm going to do a countdown. And so I would play the top 40 hits every Friday night. In between each songs, I would talk and give comments on, you know, music news of the artists and stuff. Things that I've heard about them or read on, those magazines. And he would he was like super happy. He was like, oh, this is so cool. And throughout all the summer I did that, I found it hot to transmit that. I found it cool that at the corner of the street he could hear me. And he would always call me up on the phone and say, oh, this is so cool. I love it when you do that. So it's like, you get a kick out of that. There's some kind of, I'm broadcasting something, I'm having fun, I'm doing kind of a DJ style thing like all the DJs on the big gun FM radio stations. You get a kick out of that. And I'm sure pirates do too. It's something you have. And so I would play that top 40 and have a lot of fun. In fact, some songs from the 80s, when they get on the radio, or if they come on my shuffle, immediately bring me back to when I would do that countdown. And one of them is Beat It by Michael Jackson. When I hear the first notes of Beat It, it brings me to that sweaty, hot day that we had in July and that I did my top 40 from outside on the balcony. And it just, I just hear it and I see myself. I feel everything and it's like, oh God, brings me back. I was 14 years old or something, you know? So, this is something that brings, it's just for a lot of people fun to do. MJP Radio Crime Boss says, "Yep, pirates back in the day. They're I liked them I liked them a lot because they had to carry equipment and hide. The pirates that are now they got all the internet and making yeah, it's easier today. Definitely, definitely." RJ Dakota, remember something called Voice of Confusion, which was on 7400 kilohertz, and it was great comedy. And you know what? Back in the day, pirates were on 7 megahertz. Here, the famous frequency back in the day was 7415. Before they moved down to the 6 megahertz range. Hey Ricky, salut. Ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you here from Calgary. Sun and cloud, 18 degrees. It's a little cooler, but not that far. It's mostly the wind. It's very windy today. Nice to have you on board. And a visit to the local radio store for a ham license study guide. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yes, Ricky, you got to get that license. You got to get that license. I personally am in the mode where if I could find some time, I feel like I would like to go to that extra class license. I've passed the online test several times. I still don't have quite I don't have the grades. I'm not that far away, but I'm not there yet. So I definitely need study. But I would love to get that top level extra ham license. I'd like to go for it. So if I can try to find time and do it. Jet NG, I remember Cracker from old WFMU Adventure and Amplitude Modulation website 2006 6925. Yeah. Hey, Matt, MDK2. Nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. For you choose, some people just love danger. A pirate on FM in New York City, come on, come and get me. Yeah, that's why they're getting them. And now with the new Pirate Act, it's even worse because now if it's not you, if you do it in a building in your apartment, they can go after the landlord. So it's like, ooh, okay, that's getting serious. Oh yeah, I know. New York City Pirates. You know what I've always asked myself though for pirates in New York City is if there's so many pirates in New York City, why have I not ever heard a pirate in Montreal? So technically, I was a pirate in Montreal on the AM band when I was 14 years old. But my operation was nothing compared to it was heard, and you could listen to it like the block, and that's pretty much it. The ones in New York City are like they go out there. Um, but I've always wondered why there are no FM pirates in Montreal. No pirates. I've never heard of any. I mean, it should be. Ronald White. It's an ASUS monitor that I have. But if your monitor has DVI port on it, I am surprised that you can't get a picture out of your monitor. Um, like I said, in the radio itself, when you go into display settings, maybe play with the resolutions that are out there, because there are several types of resolutions in the pixel that you can go back and forth. Um, the only thing I would think that is maybe your monitor isn't compatible with any of the resolutions, but I don't know. If you have a DVI, I have a hard time. Make sure you have, and that's the other thing, Ronald. DVI cables come in two flavors. There's the DVI cable that have just half of the pins, and what I have is the DVI cable that has every single pin for every little hole in that connector. It can make a big difference because it could make the monitor react better if you have the correct cable. So hope you can have it working because it's a lot of fun to have it on a monitor for sure. So then the only thing you need to know is like I guess you know where the menu is and how to change everything. But this one worked out of the box. I bought it on Amazon when I got the radio in 2020. Was it 26 now? 2023 ish, 22 ish. I immediately purchased this monitor. I went on Amazon and I searched for a monitor that had a DVI port on it. And immediately when I found this Asus that had a DVI, that's what I purchased, plugged it in. The only thing that had to be done, because it didn't work like a charm from the start, was in that display setting, the pixel, the resolution. That resolution is crucial to have a picture. I had to put it at 800 by 480 here. If I chose any other resolution, I would have absolutely nothing. It would say that there's no picture. How old is it? An old monitor that you have, Ronald White? Maybe that's it. Also, and maybe it's just a monitor. Maybe it's just a monitor that's not, you know, proper. If you want, let me just look for a second. I don't know if it's still made. Let me just look at my purchases. I'm going to give you the model number. If it's still there, if it still exists, that's what I use, and there's no reason for it to. So Asus, check my purchases. It's a Asus TUF Gaming. Let me see. It's still available. They still make it. 27-inch curved display. So here's the monitor. This is the exact monitor that I have. If you can find it, just go and check it out. This is Amazon Canada, but you should have the possibility of going and check it out. This is the Asus gaming laptop. It can go up to 1920 by 1080 and dual link DVI-D, which is DVI digital. That may be a thing. If your monitor's old, there is DVI analog, and this one is really made for DVI digital. So if you can find that, this is the monitor I'm using, and that for sure will work. If it doesn't work, your cable has a problem. Oh, Mixed Radio International is very powerful, Jet Energy. I mean, the signal they put out. Right now, it's interesting because there's really nothing coming up here right now. There's a lot of, just enough, there's a lot of hidden Kiwis. I've noticed that a lot of Kiwis have disappeared and are like, are kind of hidden, either for personal use or just for specific people. Oh yeah, pirate, like Mixed Radio has a lot of power. Plug and I'm trying to figure out how to pay for a Malahite given the financial restrictions in place. I haven't checked out how is it complicated to pay to get one. I haven't checked, so I have no idea. They have some kind of weird payment system. JetNG, like their power is like 50,000 watts from the Empire State Building, but from 50 watt shortwave antenna in somewhere in the USA, Mixed Radio. On the pirate radio, the Mixed Radio International has. I wouldn't be surprised they could have almost as much as a kilowatt, 1,000 watt of power. Tori 6200, nice to have you here. Finally got my ICOM R75 received working. Bought fuses and hooked it up. Pretty cool. The original AD55A adapter that came with the radio died, so I'm happy. Yeah, and that AD55A is a piece of crap. That's a piece of crap power supply given by ICOM. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you on board. Hey David, in Barcelona, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Nice to have you here. David says, I do wish there was an amateur radio license system for long wave, medium wave, HF, and VHF, UHF broadcasting that was similar to amateur radio. I'd be great if I could properly spin some records. My browser crashed because I knew it was crashing because it was coming so slow. So here we go. So nice to have you on board. Gabriel Gil had the same DJ desire back in my 20s, so I applied for a job at a public radio here in Uruguay And here I am 42 years later. Pretty cool. Jetin, she had tried to order the Chinese DSP2 clone on Amazon, but the price was too high, $505. So I bought a noise canceling headphones instead. Yeah, radios are. I was looking at some radios on Amazon and everywhere. With the Canadian dollar being so low, it's like, oh god, it's just so horrible, so horrible, and the prices are crazy. Rodio Martin says 7220 right now from Red Rocky Fronting Blues right now. Yeah, that's for Europe, so yeah. Yeah, I know, Matt. I should go for it. I know, I should go for it. Because there's one thing that I would like to do, and it requires that license to be able to do it. I'd like to put a 24 hours 10-meter beacon coming out of here on 10 meters that would just broadcast, in CW my call sign, the beacon call sign, and maybe a little bit of info like temperature, stuff like that. Like I used a GMRS radio for many years, not realizing license was required. Yep. Here in Canada, we don't need a license, but we have lower power limits. We can't put repeaters. DJK Ray says, I was born and raised within 5 miles of the ARRL, Connecticut. Craig Martinetti, can you please send me your postal address to Nigel? I want to send you a small donation. Do I have your email? I'm gonna send you. If I have your email, I am gonna send you. Let me just check it out here. Do I have your email, Craig? Google Chrome, Google. If I have, so I put your name, new message, CR. I don't have your email. Marty. Well, I don't seem to have your email. So, Craig, you're gonna have to send me your email. Write me a little hello, and I'll give you my postal address. Here is the address. You write to official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Say hello, and I'll send you my postal address. We do have another email here coming in from Henry Gonzalez. Hello from Missouri City, Texas. It's sunny, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So welcome aboard. And it's nice to have you on board tonight. Henry Gonzalez, much appreciated to have you here. We have another email from somebody that's called Jimmy. He's in New York City, and he says, interesting talk about New York pirates. I hear at least 5 different pirates from where I live, and it is always interesting to see what's out there. New York is the pirate radio city on the FM band. So thanks for everything you do. I don't listen very often, but when I do, I always have a lot of fun. Take care, and hello everyone in the chat room. So thank you so much, Jimmy. And so he has fun with all of those pirates in New York City. It's pretty cool. DHK raised as many pirate operators on the FM dial in London, England as their legal stations. So there's a lot of pirates in London also. Wow, that's interesting. RJ Dakota, remember something like this on FM in my neighborhood. I could be heard for 4 blocks around me. So further, a friend who lived on the adjacent street could always hear my Sunday broadcast. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Tony, nice to have you here. And in the south coast of Ireland. JJ Endo, I may have figured out how to program my RT95. I'll have to throw it against the wall after all. Okay. Tony said discovered a 10.7 megahertz signal emitting from the oscillator and somehow amplified the carrier, put audio on the carrier, and it was great fun. Okay, and it isn't available in the United States, Amazon probably. Okay, because here it says I could buy it again in mine. So here in Canada, it's still available. In Amazon US, it's not. That's what I would guess. Okay, all right. I mean, I was not even expecting it to be still available because it's now quite a few years old. I would expect that Asus probably upgraded the monitor with somebody else. JetNG says I used to have Sony ICF's Shortwave 7600 JR in 2022. I lost it. I now have as many radios from Texan Ethon and Prudence. So I'm happy that my a viewer here in Montreal gave me the Sony 7600. I like it also because it's the only Sony I've ever had as a shortwave radio. So it's kind of cool, and it's actually my bedside radio in the bed. You know, when I go to bed sometimes and I want to listen to shortwave a little, I got this little wire hanging off the window, and it's a little noisy, but it isn't too bad. So I just tune around and listen to stuff with it. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. So what else? Okay, there's some kind of restriction, maybe because of what's happening in Russia. U.S. and Russian banks can't communicate. Credit cards and PayPal don't work. Ah. Matt, on the it's the same with the ICOM ICR 8500. The AD55 is a switching power supply. It comes with the ICOM R75 and the 8500 I have here. Crappiest power supply you can have with a radio. It has buzzes everywhere on the frequency. I wrote to ICOM, which told me, oh, well, you know, that's because you don't have a correct setup. That's funny. I've got this Chinese 30 amp switching power supply. It doesn't make any noise in it. Yours does. Wake up. Crappy power supply. Especially with a $2,000 radio. I mean, come on. You're giving me a piece of shit? Because that was my first thing. Is like, I just paid $2,000 for a radio that has a piece of shit power supply. I just can't believe it. That kind of pissed me off with ICOM a little. And of course, the ICOM ICR30 pissed me off too, so maybe that's why I bought a Yaesu as a transceiver. JetNG is the 9500 from ICOM was way too heavy and big for some people, and they solved it with the 8600. Yeah, and it's way more expensive too. The 9500 is more expensive. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand it now. JetNG Eton Satellite HD was one big flop Ethan made with the time. Yeah. I don't think we'll hear about any Ethon radios now. I think that brand just crapped out itself with trying to pass that big piece of crap radio to users. MGP Radio Crime Boss. I bought that map on Amazon. I thought it was cute, and I wanted to have a world map in the back here. So I purchased it on Amazon. Apparently, their M-Line's designed in Russia, made in China. Business model is the only way we're getting our hands on the M-Line. Yeah, 7200, the everlasting frequency. MTK2, and don't let them grow up to be cowboys. Oh, good. Gee, what else? Cosmic Lettuce, how's the noise floor there in a big city? How well do you pick up shortwave? Don't get me started. So, if I compare myself to a lot of people, I am somewhat surprised with what I can still do. I mean, I'm not downtown, here it looks a lot more like a suburb than downtown, but I still have tons of noise. What's interesting about it too is that I got two antennas, the magnetic loop, which is on the icon here, and on my portable radios through a multi-coupler. That gives me some possibilities on the lower frequencies. And the end-fed antenna in my backyard gives me possibilities on the higher frequencies with the Yaesu. So I got a certain balance of it's noisy, but I can manage somewhat with the noise. Now, the problem now that is a little more intense for me is that the house next door used to be an old 90-year-old lady. And I loved the lady because she loved Paul the cat. And she always told me, you can cross my yard whenever you want, put out wires, do what you want. It was like a do what you want. I had an open ticket of put on wires. I don't care. She didn't even go out of the house much. She went out of the house for only one thing, because she wanted to pet Paul the cat. And she loved the cat so much that it's like, oh, you let me pet your beautiful Paul the cat. Do what you want. Then now I got new neighbors that arrived last year, and that house was run down, by the way. So they totally kind of rebuilt the house. It had to follow rules because here we have this street here. The houses that are here are on a rule that you cannot, I don't know in English, there must be a name for that type of rule. It's a rule that says, well, if you renovate, it has to look like the original house that was there. You can't change anything. You can't change the colors. It has to look like. So, of course, they follow that rule, but they modernize the house from the inside. And what happens is now my noise floor went from this to this because of the technology they're using and all of that. So it makes it more difficult since they have renovated. I wish the old lady would stay there until 145 years, which I don't think is possible. But and even her daughter loved me, And her daughter said, if it wasn't that I, already have a home, I would have, stayed here. And so slowly it's getting complicated, and slowly it's driving me mad a little. Um, I will admit I've been listening a little less on the bands for a very simple reason. The added noise is kind of removing some of the fun I had with the radio. When I go in the back balcony, where I used to have a portable radio with very decent reception, now it's noise. So I'm like, wow, this summer is not going to be fun. I'm going to have the first summer where the back balcony, which was my safe place for shortwave, is now becoming a annoying place where it's noisy, and okay, what else I'm going to do? So I don't know. It pisses me off a little, and I'm in this mode of this summer. I will be doing a lot more of my urban expeditions to different parks and different places, and especially now we have a new automated train service that has a lot of spots I can go to. I thought, you know what, this could be fun. Take the REM, which is what they call it, and go to different places, even outside of town. I can actually go outside of the city with the REM easily. And there's quite a few places that I spotted on the map that, oh, if I get out of that station, I walk and I'm next to a lake and there's a big park. It's like, oh, look at that. That could be a fun radio place. And I think this is going to be my summer. My summer is going to be an intense, let's go somewhere where there's no noise with a portable radio to enjoy my radio like I want to. But I'm so, I don't know. I'm at this moment where I'm like, okay, okay, you know. Yeah, well, the original Bert WSNI Umbro, the original 8500 came with a beefy, heavy linear power supply. But he wanted to save money. It was too expensive to do. So they decided to shove the 8055 switching power supply to save money. And to add to insult, they just told you that you don't know how to install our radios because it's not. We don't have any problems with noise on it. Yes, it is. It's a freaking bad power supply. I mean, it was crazy. So that's the story there. It's like, and it makes you mad because of the price of these things. I don't want to have a crappy power supply. You better give me a good one. I don't care if it weighs 30 pounds. If that's the way it is, give me my 30-pound power supply that works with the ICOM that's super quiet. I'll deal with it. So anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're trying to save money sometimes in a wrong way, Matt. That one was a bad one. It was like, why are you doing this? Did you test your 8055 freaking power supply? Oh man. Jet MG, it's a Labatt Blue Dry 8.1% beer, so I am getting drunk while I'm talking to you guys. Maybe that's why I'm bashing ICOM a little more. um, Bert says, I've been happy with Kenwoods and Jesus. That's why, that's also another thing. I mean, these transceivers don't come with a power supply. It's extra. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe they should have, you know, they should have just remove $150 from it and tell me, oh, by the way, you can buy this radio, but it doesn't come with a power supply. I think I would have been happier if they did that than if they, you know, tried to push a power supply that's just so crappy with it. Jet and GM also more of an energy drink enthusiast thanks to Monster Energy and Red Bull. Yeah, I'm not very fond of that, especially with the fact that caffeine just like, it makes me very nervous. So it's like, nah, I stay away from those things. I will have a coffee in the day, but I'm very relaxed on coffee and caffeine. Can it just about all my Belkas on the Bulgarian Mobi site, and they used to carry Malahide radios too. So maybe that's where you can get. Maybe that's where you people can get that. I don't know. Matt, my IC7100 has done well by me, but if I could do it over again, I would have gone with the Yaesu FT857D. If I get a new rig, I might go Yaesu, although the new 7300 looks really nice. 7300 is like a standard. It's priced right. So for the budget, everyone goes for the 7300. It's well rated, Honestly, when I get asked, it's like, oh, you chose a Yaesu. It must be better than this or that. Just sorry, guys, just gonna check. So, when they tell me you got it with a Yaesu, my thinking isn't very it's very broad. What brought me to Yaesu, first of all, is okay, I got two icons, three icons. I got ICR R20, R30 portables. I got the i8500. One thing of the 8500 that I can mention, if even without the power supply, the audio quality is bad. The audio quality of a ICOM ICR 8500 is harsh. It doesn't sound beautiful. I mean, I came from the Kenwood R5000 that, yeah, the sound is rich and nice. I went to this, and the first two things I noticed with my experience, okay, audio isn't great. And second was, shortwave isn't that great. There's little artifacts in the background of when you have overload. There's a little bit of artifacts in the background, and it's the first thing I noticed. I don't see that on the Kenwood R5000. So the first thing I thought was, but I knew it when I purchased it. I had read a very long report from somebody that knows what he's talking about, and that said, on shortwave, it's good. It's not like the best desktops. And it has to do with the design of a wideband radio. The Kenwood R5000 is meant to be a shortwave only rig. So, of course, everything was built around make that the best experience possible. ICOM, of course, they had to take some little detours because it's like, we're going to go up to 2000 megahertz. And that means there are going to be compromises somewhere unless you want to pay $5,000 for it. So this is where even immediately when I got the radio, I did see the flaws, and I did see that, yeah, for $2,000 it's okay. But I chose it because I wanted to have a wideband radio. That's all. If I didn't want to have a wideband radio, I would probably have done something else. What I find sad is that SDRs weren't available yet, like the SDRs we have today. because this I would never have purchased. I would have purchased an SDR directly. I would never have purchased this if. But back then there was really nothing SDR-ish that was, you know, worth it. So I purchased that for that reason. But you know what? It this icon never was, oh wow. I never did wow. I did, yeah, $2,000 radio. It's okay. Nothing more. I would never have given this 5 stars. That's for sure. So you know. Angpar, your house is built in 1922. Oh boy. Here, the street, pretty much everything was built together. Even where I live is all built around 1950. Skidology, you still have less noise than me. Yeah, that's exactly what I say. When you compare yourself with somebody else, you know, that's where I see that. Yeah, I'm still not that bad. Peter Giacopelli, nice to have you on board. My Yaesu is an FT DX10, Foxtrot Tango Delta X-Ray 10. Yeah, that's what the heritage protection, Ricky. So this street has that feature, like heritage protection. In French, they call it patrimoine, Ricky. You might understand the word. So this street is patrimoine. So heritage protection is what patrimoine means, pretty much. Yeah. Hank Bar, I'm totally thinking about that. Doing some live streams from the park. I could easily do it. Just bring a little tripod on my phone, and I could easily do some of those little live streams from parks. Kenneth says, "Don't transmit when you're on the train unless you want to go to stations that is not finished yet." Well, you want to know the funniest story, Kenneth? This train is automated, and so sometimes, it's been testing for a couple of years now. And the funny thing about it is that one day there's a couple on the train, and the train stopped. It was midnight, and the train decided that, okay, it's time that I go park in the garage. And they had to call 911 because they were stuck in a train that decided out of its own to go park in the garage. And there's been like a few stories like that since that train has started here. Oh, good. Exactly, WF I homebrew, I've said an homebrew. I mean, come on, at the price that we're sold too. I have a hard time understanding. Have a hard time understanding that they put that type of power supply in it. MDK2, did they test the R30? Trying to remember if that's the exact model. I think the small wideband transceiver that didn't work. The R30, okay, honestly, I've learned to use it. We're gonna call it like that. It The R30 is interesting in its design. It misses stuff. It doesn't have some digital modes because I know Icom doesn't want to go there. Um, I was very disappointed in the performance when I got it. And to give you an idea, I live in a big city, lots of strong signals. Well, this radio just can't cope with all of that. But you learn to use the RF gain, you learn to use the attenuators, and you learn where the settings should be so that it desensitizes enough that it's not too bothered with the signals out there. But that also means it's, not as sensitive. I mean, how come does an ICOM ICR30 that in Canada was $1,000 scanner or wideband receiver, how come you can't even listen to a signal that a $300 Radio Shack Pro 43 gets easily without any fancy things, without touching any buttons? That was the first impression. And Kevin in Florida sent me the I-30. You know why? Because he was so disappointed in the performance. And when I got it, first thing I noticed is, oh God, this thing is horrible. The front end is incapable of dealing with strong signals. Now I got a lot of negativity on my review because people said, well, I have it and it works great here. And this is the thing. If you live in a rural area where signals are not very strong, you know what? It's probably one of the best receivers because it's not overloaded, so it works out of the box. It works great. Open that same radio in a big city, and you got the crappiest thing ever in your hand for the price that it's sold. And that's where I, took a lot of negativity on it. I've learned to play with it and set it right. I'm happy, I get like digital NXDN transmissions from Public Works, from all sorts of companies, from trains, and it's kind of cute. I get some D-Star repeaters, things like that. I find it kind of fun. But I think of myself, and I'm like, how can imagine somebody that doesn't know too much about radio, but they look at that ICOM, which does look kind of cool, and they're like, oh, this must be a good radio. I mean, at $1,000, and lives in a place like I live, goes home, hears nothing, because that's literally, to give you an idea, when you say hear nothing, I couldn't even hear the weather radio in Montreal because it was so overloaded that it desensitized it to a point where there's nothing there. Nothing there. So, I mean, oh, God. WSN Homebrew, I like all my radios. Each has its own advantage, but Kenwood's and for HF just always seem to have beautiful audio. Kenwood has beautiful audio. That absolutely. You know what? One of the things also about the radios is when I got my Yaesu FTDX10. So for those that don't know, my selection of the FTDX10 as a radio, it goes with the fact that I first of all thought this might be my last very big purchase. You don't buy a $2,000 radio every week, every day, not even every year. So I thought, okay, this is going to be a big radio purchase. I had the FT450. When I got my ham license, someone just came out and said, I've got an unused Yaesu FT450. And I am giving it to you because you pass your ham license. I could have stayed with that, but I don't like the FT450 that much. The fact that there's no keypad to enter a frequency, you've got to go through hoops of, buttons and stuff and tuning. Um, I mean, it looks nice and everything, and it works okay. Then also I came out with a glitch. I noticed that when I was tuning, actually when I was transmitting on, say 20 meters, it came to a point after a few hours of use where it didn't seem to transmit. There was something odd or wrong with it. And so I noticed that there was a little problem. Plus the fact that, you know what? I thought, well, you're a ham radio operator now. You want to buy your own radio. You want to buy the one that you feel is right for you. And so I started I looked at ICOM. I looked at, everything that was out there. When I got to Yaesu, the FTDX10 was kind of appealing. It's a sexy radio. You can't say the FTDX10 is not a sexy radio. It's a freaking sexy radio. But it's not just that you have to look to. You got to look at the performance and everything. So I went to how much money I want to pay. This is my bracket of I don't want to pay more than that. And I want to have a radio that works well, that is known to be a good one. I looked at the 7300, the ICOM 7300 for a while because, oh yeah, it was way less expensive. And I thought, well, everybody likes it. Maybe that's where I should go. And one of the things that happened to me was like, okay, you have a Kenwood, you have ICOMs, you never had a Yaesu. Never purchased a Yaesu. So I was like, maybe I want to look at a Yaesu. I never purchased a Yaesu. And they have some really nice stuff. And when I looked at the DX10, which was in the price range that I was okay with, and then I saw the, what's the name of that guy? That guy that makes the lists of like the best radios out there that, like, he tests every single little aspect of it and whatever. It was like, oh, okay, this radio is like number 2 or 3, or I don't remember where it was, but it was very high up. And I was like, oh, okay, that guy puts this radio in the top as some of the best receivers out there. Honestly, I didn't follow that for buying it because you know what? My take on that list is that from number 1 to number 20, it's so small of a difference. I don't even think no one notices these differences. This is like a very detailed, chart of these little things here and there that he can only measure with his equipment. But in reality, from number 1 to number 10, hey, they're all good. From number 1 to number 20, they're all good. It's so I did not buy it because of that list. I just looked at it. That list was like, this is the tops radio. Looked at a lot of online reviews. People were happy. Okay, I'm going with it. That'll be my first Yaesu. Let's go for it. I am not a brand guy. Some people are ICOM forever. Some people are Kenwood forever. I'm not a brand guy. If a Chinese GG10 comes up and says it's fantastic, I'm going for it. I am not a brand guy. I will not buy a Kenwood because it's Kenwood or an ICOM because it's ICOM. But I understand why you could be a brand guy. There's a similarity, the familiarity. You will use a radio, and their new radios kind of are similar, so you're not lost when you use it. One of the biggest comments I've seen from people that decided to buy the FTDX10 because of the listing was, well, I was on ICOM, now I'm totally lost. I don't even know how to operate this thing. Yeah, because Yesu is Yesu and ICOM is ICOM. It's different. There are things that annoy me on this radio. I mean, when the big hands that I have, operating this thing with all the buttons really close to each other. Oh dang! Come on. You could have spent 50 more bucks and put the case a little bigger and things a little spaced more. But it is. There's these little things like that. Is it the best radio? No. Is it the best shortwave radio? No. Its filters aren't right. But I understand that this is not a shortwave radio. It's an amateur radio gear. It's built to do ham contacts on the ham bands with the extra of, yeah, you can listen to the utilities and the international broadcasts. And I'm okay with that. So there's all of these differences and all these little things that I take into consideration when I, buy a radio, honestly. Alabama Red, nice to have you here. My new antenna yesterday I posted in the group was able to receive New Zealand. Cool. And Jeff, nice to have you here. Yeah, have it ready. You got, with the 9 lives. Super heavy duty. That's the kind of guy I am. Steelic, thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Tosanov says, got to get new antennas going. Alabama Red, it's the K480 WLA antenna from Amazon, around 110 US dollars, but it works very well. Angpar, Professor G needs to wear his Back to the Future shirt again soon. Yeah. Next week. I'll do it. What else do we have? Let me go down. WSI Albrew, I remember, Joe, you got a lot of flack from ICOM fans when you reviewed that portable. Oh, yeah, that one and the famous Texan S2000, aka Ethon 750, aka Grundig 750. Oh, God, people got mad because I told them that, look at that radio, it's kind of crappy. But yeah, you know. Alabama Red says, being in Central Alabama, USA, was never able to get New Zealand any other antenna. Well, that's cool. Jet NG, shall I know that the British Choice one can stand up to USA beers? Yeah, well, I take that because that's what's here close to yeah, that is not a proper comment, Jet NG, all right? RJ Dakota says, I no longer have brand loyalty like I used to. Panasonic and Sony were always good go-tos because they had a quality reputation that were reliable. Jet NG, I haven't heard anything bad on 14313 in a long time. Old radios, yep. The Texan 2200X is definitely so much better. So much better. So, yeah, Panasonic. I always purchase things. Even today, I still purchase I have a brand loyalty to Panasonic for stuff. When my microwave oven, which was a Panasonic that I purchased in 2000 when I got here, broke down in 2020-ish. I mean, 20 years for microwave. That's excellent. First thing I did is, okay, does Panasonic still make microwaves? And yep, indeed. And since 2020 now, we're like 6 years old. Still have that new microwave. There were a few things I always thought Panasonic did pretty high quality stuff in general. So it's like, yep, yep, you know. Mike WX50 says, I think showed I have the same Panasonic microwave. It's a monster. Yeah. I mean, it works great. It works well. I had other brands of microwaves in the 90s. They all were over in like, 3 years. You had it for 3 years and it's like, oh, well, okay, look at that. It's making sparks everywhere. It's like I had one of them, one of them I was scared to turn off. It was like a fireworks display inside the microwave. And I didn't put anything bad in it, you know. I can tell you that. Jet NG, I know 14313 was cursed. So yeah. Brett Woolley left Panasonic and Technics. So there are brands like that. Yeah. Panasonic radios were in general quite good. I mean, I have the RF B300, which is very average, but it's a lot of the radios and a lot of the stuff I've seen from Panasonic was just great. I have here the boombox I purchased my mom. My mom died in 2008. I purchased that as a gift for her in, I guess, 2000-ish, as a Christmas gift. I still have it here. It still works great. I keep it because it's, apart from the radios that I purchased with shortwave with cassettes, it's the, best cassette player I have. I still can play 4-track cassettes on it. And I got a box of cassettes here, so it's like, okay, well, I keep it for that, and the AM FM part of the radio. But yeah, the funniest thing is how today everything is becoming made by the same people. Like, you buy something and you think that, oh, that's a Maytag, or that's Frigidaire, or that's a whatever brand you can think of. And two things popped up to me the day that I fixed my fridge, which it's a Maytag fridge that I have. The fan that exchanges the air between the up part and the down part stopped working. And I mean, when I called a repair guy just to see, and I mean, it would have cost me that fridge cost me $550. And the guy says, well, maybe for 350-ish. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to buy a new fridge. I'm not going to pay $350 for a $550, I'm going to buy a new fridge. But the funny thing is, I went on YouTube. YouTube is great for that. And then some guy had the same fridge and fixed the fan. So it's like step by step how to fix that fan and how to change it. So I followed and I fixed it myself with that. But the funny thing is, the fan in it is the same fan in like almost every freaking fridge that exists out there. And I was like, oh boy, look at that. Another interesting thing was I just fixed my dishwasher. I thought, there must be something I can do. And I went on YouTube and I got this guy, I don't know, the guy's like, Bob's Repair Shop or something. And he has a dishwasher. And he says, before you decide to not use this video, let me tell you one thing. This dishwasher might not look like yours, but the insides, I bet you, are exactly the same. So if you follow me, you will repair your dishwasher, whatever brand and whatever it looks like. So follow that, and I turn over the dishwasher to look under, and yeah, my dishwasher didn't look like at all is dishwasher, but underneath, I could take the picture and it's like, yeah, it's the exact same freaking design for how it does the work. And he said, Whirlpool makes everything in the dishwasher world. Whatever brand you have, this is all the same. All the same. They have only one way of having the dishwasher work. This is the way it is. It's all the same. And that's where I learned that, oh, look at that. It's okay. I could buy a whatever brand um, pump, and it's like, yeah, it's the same pump. It's the same size. It fits exactly in the same place. It does the same thing. And it's like, I fixed my dishwasher that way. It was like, okay, everybody does, everything is done by one manufacturer now. And it's like, okay. So there's no more, like there were 20 brands. Everybody was doing their thing. Nope, everybody now is done by the same freaking manufacturer. I have one, Brett Woolley. I have a Panasonic vacuum cleaner that I purchased when I moved here. It's 25 years old and still works like charm. Absolutely. Martin, I got a 2004 Whirlpool microwave. The Whirlpool fridge freezer I've got with a flat wasn't as long lived though. And both of these are, of course, different North American models. Yep. Mike WX50 brought a Panasonic RF4900 shortwave radio on eBay because I always wanted one back in the day. Jet NG, I know Panasonic make the RF 8000, 9000, but Dieselton 01 never got to review them on YouTube. Blogger, I had one of those lightning microwave experiences. My physicist neighbor explained it was a transient standing wave problem. Oh yeah, that it's scary too. It's like you have this noise. You have the noise, the electric noise that comes with the lightning. You're almost scared to turn off your microwave. I was looking at that. I was like, I took a broom. I'm not joking, guys. I took a broom to press the stop button and learned that the stop button didn't work. The microwave was completely frozen. I had to just unplug it from the wall outlet. But I was like, this is scary. I don't want to get close to that thing. Panasonic, I got a Panasonic VHS here that still works. Still works. It's from 2000 and it's about 20-year old, 2006. Hey David, still here. The Sherwood list is valuable, but in practical conditions, it may not translate to actual use, especially in noisy QHs. Yeah, that's the thing, I mean, that list, okay, the guy tests in every single possibility, but most people will never see a difference. Jet NG, how about a Sony Color Walkman 5-inch 94? Wow. Wow. Man. Oh yeah, Whirlpool makes so many brands now. Um, yep, refrigerator parts, same thing, absolutely. Robert Varner had a Panasonic RF2600 back in the 80s. Another thing where there was this quality thing for a long time. I mean, Sony was known for TVs for a long time, but when we got into HD panels, for quite a while, even Sony used Panasonic panels because they were of a higher quality. But well, the Whirlpool is no longer. They are made by someone else. They just slapped the name on it. Yes, I remember the scandal when GM put Oldsmobile engines in a Cadillac brand. Hank News, question about the NRSPST. While noise reduction works great on SDR Connect, I've noticed that noise reduction button is grayed out, unavailable in the web browser version of the UI. Any way to make it work? I think it has to do with the fact that a lot of that, so the noise reduction is done in software on your computer, and it can't be done from the browser, probably for now, maybe just for now. Remember that all of that is still in construction, it's still beta. So that means that as time goes by, things will be added and functional. But one of the biggest things I think is the fact that SDR Connect does the noise reduction in computing on your PC, and that doesn't work through a browser right now. So take care, Peter Jacobelli. Yeah, it's like everything is just like one manufacturer doing everything. Name doesn't mean anything anymore. Brand names are just, it's like, seeing grunting on a radio. It's like, no, grunting doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anymore. It's like grunting is just a name they put on a radio, and that's it. Good luck, Blogger Die, on your microwave experience. Blogger Die, my Sony TV failed circuit board to fix. It cost $350 on eBay. Yep. I had a Toshiba 50-inch TV. After 3 years, it started flashing. So on YouTube, I actually found videos that explain that it's a flaw in a whole series of Toshiba TVs. And they explain, if you're good with a soldering iron and want to do it, it was just a chip. The chip cost $3. You change that chip, and then they would tell you, add a heat sink over it, and they would show you how they would do it. $3, a heat sink, it's fixed. I'm past my days of trying to fix stuff, especially today with the electronics. That's just like everything's so tiny. So I went to a place that repairs them, not far from here, and I said, I got a Toshiba 50-inch. It flashes there's instructions on the internet that you just change the chip and stuff. The guy looked at me and says, we don't change a chip. We change the board. If you want to have your Toshiba fixed for that Toshiba 50-inch TV, it's going to cost you $475. And I said, okay. So I paid $700 for the TV on Amazon, and it's going to cost $475 for you to fix it. Might as well buy another TV. There are 50-inch TVs for $300 today. It's like, I understand that, but I do not understand one thing, is that back in the day when you would go to a repair shop, if a transistor was burnt, they changed the transistor. And now it's like, no, we don't do that. I'm sorry, but you know what? I gave that TV to my friend that repaired my Kenwood R5000. And you know what? He fixed it in one day when he got the $3 chip. And he says, thank you for the great 50-inch TV in our living room. He said it was super easy to do. This is where I have a hard time with the repair shops today. So you don't want to, I know some of the stuff is very tough to fix, but it's still fixable for a lot of the stuff that we bring in. Come on. Oh, man. I am so, yes, Alabama Red, thank you so much. I have a hard time with that. I have a hard time with that. It's come on, there's things that can be fixed easily, and you're just gonna like you don't want to put the effort, you know? I know that sometimes it's a little time consuming and time is money and but it's sad that we don't come on. My girlfriend says I'm hopeless at fixing appliances. She's in for a shock. Yeah, I understand that there are some devices that are tough to repair, and it's okay. It's okay. And that I get. But I find it so sad that, they don't, that a lot of them that could don't want to, you know. It's sad, but yeah, times are changing. And this is sad because we're throwing away stuff which could be easily repaired, and instead of being in a dumpster, instead of being a e-waste, it would be fixed and working. That's why I always call, a couple of my friends when something goes wrong. I'm not going to repair it, but I just like, hey, you want to have a free TV? You want to have a free this or a free that? And they're like, oh yeah, sure. You just have to repair it. And I have these friends that do that. And it's like, here, it's yours. It's yours for the price of the part and the repair time that you're going to take. So, yeah, definitely, and Jeff, I understand that. But, yeah, I don't know. Oh, God. That's life. That's life. David says, I still have a Philips CRT TV. I was just like new. The thing refuses to fail. I don't watch much TV anymore, so it's still perfectly fine. Yeah, I find it sad for one thing here. It's that used to I kept a Sony TV 26-inch TV here for a long time. Why? Because a Commodore computer and an Atari computer and an Atari 2600 look better on the old CRT TVs. And it was fun for that, but I just didn't have the space, and it just weighed a ton. And at some point, it's like, yeah, yeah. And I mean, I had it for like 25 years, and that thing was not gonna die soon. That thing was still going on like there's no tomorrow. But oh man. But there's also the price of stuff. When you look at it, when you think like somebody's gonna say, oh, $400 for a repair, then you look online and you're like, yeah, okay, for $400 I can have an even bigger TV. It's like it depends on the quality you want, because some people are like high-end quality picture. Most of us are. I don't care. It's 70-inch. Give it to me. I don't care. It's fine for me. So it's crazy. I mean, the TV I got here where I do stuff, that's a 55-inch. It's a TLC. I bought it on Amazon I think I bought it for like $500, not even. And I'm like, you got a $500 55-inch today, where a 20-inch CRT TV in 1985 cost $300 to $400, if not more. It's crazy. And I've seen even cheaper TVs. So it's like, yeah, no wonder we don't have repairs anymore. So that's the thing. You have if you guys want to listen to English broadcasts coming up, Radio Romania to the east coast of North America on 11620. And that's one of the broadcasts you can listen to. Pretty good signal right now on the east coast, 11620. Alabama Red, there's a guy I use in Wisconsin Point Electronics. There are not many people out there that do these repairs anymore. But Lenny in Wisconsin is great on repairs, and he's very reasonable. I think it's a challenge for a lot of them. The ones that we still have today that are like, yeah, this is, I'm going to repair that. I think are a lot in the spectrum of, this is a challenge that I'm giving myself. I will fix one of those. It's like a Mr. Carlson's lab guy. I want to repair this thing and make it work again and take the time to do it, Ricky Long. Time to play the RF noise lottery. See if I can hear anything. There you go, Brett. When you get to these prices, yeah, repairs are non-existent. You buy it, you got 500, it wears out in 5 years. What are you going to do? Buy a new one. Yeah, I see Philips. I have Philips light bulbs. I have LED bulbs here that are branded Philips. And one of the first things that I thought about was, well, is it just a name that they put on the package? Or is it the real Philips that I know from the old days? Made in Europe and all of that. I know one thing, though, is that those LED bulbs are the one I buy all the time because they have no noise. I have Philips branded LED bulbs all across the house. And when I turn on that bulb, no noise is done on the radio, and I like that. There you go, Radio Romania.
This is Radio Romania International. You are listening to our 1-hour broadcast in English for listeners in North America, the East Coast. We can also be heard on the internet at www.rri.ro, Channel 1. You can find us on Facebook, X, YouTube, Instagram, and other social media platforms. Our programs are also available on TuneIn Radio Romania International 1. We wish you good reception conditions.
So very good signal from Romania to 911-620 at 0 UTC to the east coast of North America. Kenneth says, I was at Costco a couple of days ago and saw a 95-inch 8K TV for $3K. Just need a 95-inch space. And the worst part is 95-inch 8K for $3,000 isn't, if you put it in perspective, isn't that expensive. Brian Leesner, excellent signal, 11620. RJ Dakota, only thing I see with the Philips label, light bulbs. Same here. I got light bulbs that have that brand on it. I don't see Philips on it. Oh, I did see Philips on. I saw Philips on a. What did I see it on? I saw Philips' name on a home appliance of some sort. A waffle maker. I saw a waffle maker that had the Philips brand name on it. And I was kind of surprised. Because, all the other ones are like, some kind of Chinese brand or whatever. But I saw Philips and I was like, oh, look at that. The Philips waffle maker. Huh. So, Alabama Red can hear 11620. Mike WX50, I have a Philips wake up light that gradually lights up in the morning to wake me up. Love it. Cool. Brett Woolley, Joy on Radio Romania, RJ Dakota. I have noticed Philips branded bulbs everywhere too, and they give off no noise. The Christmas tree is a G branded product and is horrendous on noise. Yeah, it's same here. I always buy the Philips ones. The worst part, they're at the dollar store here. They cost, I think, $3 a bulb, and they are Philips branded. I'm like, well, Philips branded bulbs at the dollar store. I'm scared, and it and I purchased one, and I put it in the lamp, and I'm like, wow, zero noise. I'm gonna go and get 20 of them at the dollar store to make sure I don't miss out on bulbs because they are zero noise. Ricky says Radio Marti blasting through the noise floor here on 11930. Brazil not too bad on 11780. I see a carrier for Romania, but the signal is too weak for me. Yeah, being for the East Coast, is probably not doing it well to the West. Have you tried the frequency for the West Coast, Ricky? Just out of curiosity, and if it propagates well. Old radios, Philips Norelco. Kenneth says Philips used to be the world's largest electronic maker before the rise of China. RJ Dakota says, I have a Philips branded power strip that plugs into the wall as an extension cord. Brett Woolley, I've seen Siemens shortwave radio online, but never in person here in North America, which I tend to think they were made for the European market mostly. Robert Battaglia, I can listen to RRI 11620 without the antenna raised on my Sony 7600 JR in the UK. JetNG Sony was the inventor of synchronous detection on shortwave with their, yep, absolutely. They were the first one to put that feature. If we have a feature, we can kind of, tell a company put the first time on their radio in the modern days is, ETM scan with Texan, basically. Alabama Red 11930 is on some Pearl Jam at the moment. Okay. JetNG, a fictional phone company called Norelco, named after Philips Norelco. Okay. Darren Pierce, nice to have you here from Australia. If you're doing well, nice to have you here. The propagation it's pretty good right now. Honestly, it's very surprising. Very surprising. So it's kind of nice to have all of that going on. Anything in the Pirates? The Ramones radio. Oh, Wolverine is on 6970. Let's go check that out. Wolverine radio. Quite strong at 0 UT here on 6970 upper sideband. Pretty good. David, by the way, in the listeners discussion before, though I am more of an ICOM guy years ago, got a Yaesu FT990 that belonged to a ham neighbor, sadly passed away. I've been really enjoying this rig too. Okay, I haven't tried. I'm curious to see how well it goes to the up to the West Coast. Brian Leisner Phillips pushed Magnavox branded products here long after Maggie's went away. Brand recognition. Tusselnoff 11930 good in Alabama, which is Radio Marti. Kenneth says Philips held a patent for cassette players and tapes plus CDs. Wow. DJK Rays, Pirates are getting busy here. Dusseldorf 6970, good. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Mike B 6970 USB weekend Southwest Colorado. So interesting stuff going on tonight. So if you enjoy what I do, don't forget you can give a super chat donation. There's the pizza fund and cat treats that can be done through PayPal, guys. Your donations, your contributions to this are extremely important and have kept me on, and they are very important. So thank you so much for the contribution. And old radios, I'm almost close to fixing my 1908 Edison standard phonograph. Martin 11620, very weak due to wrong target area. WRMI on 15770, pretty good. BBC on 9590 from Tashkent, pretty good. Let me try that. 15770, Martin will have Radio Slovakia in English at 030. So let's try Tashkent 959. It's not super strong, but BBC from Tashkent is definitely making it here to the East Coast. Definitely making it to the East Coast. Alabama Red, speaking of light bulbs, ours here at Walmart are branded Walmart. Brought to you by Philips. Oh, that's interesting. So that's kind of their market. They're doing bulbs and having all sorts of packagings. Matt, take care. Have a good dinner and stay safe. See you next week, maybe. And have a great weekend. So there's the Ramones radio on 6925. Wolverine on 6970 right now. And NID on 6960. So Pirates are... And don't forget, if you want to try for Pancho Villa, there's a Pancho Villa revival from last week's Shortwave Fest. Tonight at 04 hours UTC, 04 hours UTC, on 7000 lower sideband, from an anonymous tip, if one were to know these things. Take care, Jet NG. Well, since I've changed all my bulbs to LEDs, I don't remember the last time I changed a bulb. It just goes on and on and on and on. So hey guys, I've been here for 4 hours and 10 minutes. I need to edit the international report. I need to eat. I need to take care of myself. And I will be back next Saturday with another shortwave show. I hope you enjoyed yourself tonight. We had a lot of fun, a lot of good discussions too. It's really, really great to have all of you guys here. Thanks to everybody that have donated through the show today. Once again, it is important and much appreciated. You guys are great and have come through. And thanks so much. Kamikaze 76, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. So, Take care. See you next week. Have a great week, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. And bye-bye.